I've seen that one too.
Yeah. And some of those other continents are like Lemuria, and that over time, over the great year or whatever, that our known Earth actually will lose some of what we know and gain some of the new stuff. So it kind of goes through a cycle, which might explain Atlantis and Lemuria and all that kind of stuff.
You're talking about like kind of like the precession of the equinoxes kind of a thing.
Yeah, and that 24,000 year cycle or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's interesting stuff too.
I mean, and might explain why, because there was a time we didn't know about the new world, right? Maybe that was outside of the known art at the time. I mean, I don't know, just something to think about. But the point being that whatever it is that we're in, we need to be open to the idea that maybe our understanding of the world and how it works is imperfect or less than whole, and that there's new things that we can learn, and that just because we do have an understanding, that's not necessarily the way that it is. I think we have to be open to the idea that there's a lot going on that we might not know about, and maybe we're in this court case. Because if you start to look at it like that, it does, as you say, Cal, the evidence fits. And this idea that, which is really the scientific method, that, if something doesn't fit, then you have to look into it. And these ideas seem to be in question now. I mean, this whole idea of all this censorship that's happening on social media, big tech, because they're saying, oh, we're not going to allow any conversation beyond what we say is the truth. Fake information must be extinguished. But that idea is just, and people need to, I think, wake up that this idea is so harmful to free debate, but because they're pushing an agenda.
Yeah, the COVID is a prime example of it, that everybody went through, of a bigger conspiracy, if you want to put it that way. But that right there, if you just studied what happened in the last few years, people bought into the narrative, and anything that came that was not part of the narrative was instantly vilified. And people bought into this whole idea, that you can't do your own research. What do you mean I can't do my own research? We have the internet. I can find out just about anything. I can learn just about anything. And but people were, no, you leave it to the experts. No, that's just wrong thinking. The experts have an opinion, and yes, they're supposedly the leading edge, but when you add money to the mix, it's all corrupted. So, and you can see that there's an agenda, and the agenda was clear for those that can see it. Others still don't see it to this day, and it's because they've got a cognitive bias, and they just can't see themselves. They can't even look at their own reflection. They're just regurgitating whatever is told to them. And the flat Earth is a whether it's flat or not, doesn't even matter. It's the idea. If we have to entertain these ideas and look and research as much as we can and try and get a vantage point.
And let's use our discretion. We have very little time left, but just around this idea of allowing free debate and true scientific method. I've got this clip I want to play that just came out this week from that Dr. Peter Hotez guy. Let's just check this out quickly.
Fortunately, I have to give you a very long, I don't know the answer to your question answer, because it is very complicated. And quite honestly, the health sector doesn't know what to do. because this is now first and foremost a political problem. And what I've said to the Biden administration is the health sector can't solve this on its own. We're going to have to bring in Homeland Security, the Commerce Department, Justice Department to help us understand how to do this. And I've said the same I met with Dr. Tedros last month in Geneva, WHO, the Director General, to say, I don't know that the World Health Organization can solve this on our own. We need the other United Nations agencies, NATO. This is a security problem because it's no longer a theoretical construct or some arcane academic exercise. 200,000 Americans died because of anti-vaccine aggression, anti-science aggression. And so this is now a lethal force and now I feel as a pediatric vaccine scientist, it's just as though it's important, just as it's important for me to make new vaccines to save lives. The other side of saving lives is countering this anti-vaccine aggression.
If you want to talk about a myth,
Exactly. So
it begins.
Yeah, and in fact,
now you're aggressive for not wanting to put something in your body.
Yeah, and what's her name from BC? Cal, your health minister there.
Bonnie Henry.
Bonnie, she just made an announcement. Something they're going to have to maybe start locking down or taking severe measures again. Anyways, guys, we're out of time. Bo, thanks for doing this. It was a fun conversation. Hope people got some value out of it, and we'll be back on Monday for more here on CareVision TV and that channel.com. Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
Glad to meet you.
And we'll see you soon.
No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry.
There's the lonely old woman I know. I know it hasn't been easy for you being alone since Dad passed, but I can't be the only person you talk to.
Good friends we have, and good friends we've lost along the way.
So you're telling me I can't even come and see you at the airport? It's been complicated for 4 years, Brandon. I've been hearing these excuses for 4 years. I don't know what secrets you keep in, but I refuse to keep being one of them.
In this great future, you can't forget your past.
So you have your eyes on somebody?
I do.
What kind of woman is she? What type of girl is she?
A pretty one.
Don't get smart with me, boy. You didn't tell me you had a girlfriend, and you sure didn't tell me she was Indian. I'm expecting better from you.
Everything's gonna be alright.
On TV, it's one Guyana, and in the streets, it's at least 3.
Everything's gonna be alright.
You too trusting Brandon and giving these people a chance. You weren't there when he collected that faulty gas bottle from that coolie.
Everything's gonna be alright now. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright.
Look at the visual arts, especially collage making as a way of expressing themselves and really putting out there your own narrative and your own story.
Read to your eyes, please. Find artists that you like and that represent the kind of work that you want to do, and explore your life to every uncomfortable. Biographies are amazing. Our biographies are stunning works of art in their own right. It's like if you want to be an artist, you have to commit. You have to really commit because it's a very difficult path. And you have to know for sure that you really want to do it. And like you had mentioned about just finding mentorship, it work wholeheartedly because you want to do it and not because you feel like you have to do it. I think work tends to suffer when you create work with already the negativity and blocking your mind. So I think it's a perfect segue to go on to the other aspect, the other area of the talk today. As the talk is not finished, I want to thank each and every one of you personally for coming out and supporting and for asking questions and for being informed. So thank you for coming to Badness and People.
Collage is accessible and it's open and available for any person. You can be anyone and create with what you have. You can start anew, you can begin, look around, you can be present, and know that it is available for you to take from. What I also want people to take away from this moment is that there is space and opportunity to imagine new futures and imagine new ways of being and understanding of ourselves in this world. I also want to thank Akila Watts, who is the visual arts coordinator who invited me from the UK to come here to Barbados. I have enjoyed my time thus far and look forward to the collage workshop coming up soon. Thank you so much for being here to spend the afternoon together creating. This is my favorite part of the Artist Talk workshop because you guys get to explore your creativity, and one of the things I'm really committed to in my practice is social practice and bringing the work into spaces where other people can also take part and also create and feel empowered, and also to feel like they've connected with themselves during the process. And Lenore's workshop is also about connecting with yourself as well. So thank you for those of you who joined the Artist Talk and those of you who have just joined us.
Thanks everyone for coming out to this workshop. Today and I are really excited to share aspects of how we make our work. We wanted to simplify the processes as much as possible. So I know you guys see our cup artists over here. We're not going to aim to make one of those. But I just wanted to give you just guidance on how you can start making your own work and start a collage practice. So thank you for coming.
So with me, before I decided to become an artist, and really connected with this idea of connecting with joy in my practice. And so this was, I guess, like a foreshadow.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Jessica Reynolds. I'm here at the Fragments and Futures workshop for collage. So I come from a background of art. I would have studied animation, worked in graphic art, dabbled in fashion. So I believe the term that people use now is multi-hyphenate or multidisciplinary creative. So I came to the workshop because I am a huge fan of Lenore's work, and I was really intrigued to hear more about her artistic process and then also work on a collage under her guidance. So this is a really exciting time for me. So the workshop was, well, the workshop is ongoing now, but the talk was really great. So both herself and Jerde, they really went into so many different aspects of their practice, from the materials to the idea of reclaiming identity and expressing the self, and using collage as a way to really, make sense of the world, make sense of yourself, sometimes even through like history or through traumatic events or whatever the case may be, but really using collage as a way to be free to play and express yourself and, hopefully grow into a further artistic practice.
Hi, I'm Bria. I I came here today because I just wanted to learn some art techniques. I saw that there were some free courses, so I just wanted to come and take part. Today I am just, I guess, thinking about my grandmother's house and being small and being with my grandmother and feeling safe and eating her food and stuff like that. So I'm just kind of doing a rough sketch of her home, the plants, the garden, stuff like that I remember from my childhood. And I'm just looking forward to learning more about the techniques so that I could hopefully apply it to my own, my own art that I'm working on now.
Oh, right. So for the workshop, I'm kind of trying to work on something that Lenore would have said, mentioning the cartography of the South. So thinking about places that I've been to and the experiences and how they all kind of relate to each other in, I guess, the landscape of my mind. So we have like some palm trees, some little sea bits here, and then also some scenery from like different international cities I've had the privilege of going to, and just kind of trying not to think too much about it, just putting it all on the paper and then going from there.
We've begun the Archiving the Self Collaging Personal Cartographies workshop, collage workshop. And what we're really aiming to do here is to get at a core memory or something that you feel really good about in this moment. Think about that, sketch it, and then we're going to cut it out or even make shapes out of it or paste fabric on top of it to really make a collage that's personal to you. It doesn't have to mean anything to anybody else. It just has to be meaningful to you. At the end, we'll talk about what that core memory might have been if they want to share that, or what this process means for them going forward. I've created this collage to inspire people to start a collage sketchbook. You don't have to show it to anyone. It could be just anything to do with your own emotions, your feelings, how you want to express yourself, and then you can build a bigger practice out of that. So this is a foundational workshop to get people to really dive into themselves and be creative in a collage kind of way.
I'm Jade Hassel, multidisciplinary artist here at Carifesta 15, and we are live inside of the collage workshop. Today has been absolutely amazing, connecting with the other artists, Akila Watts, as well as Lenore, who are both Bayesian artists, and so it was really lovely to talk about the intersections of our practices and how our practices are related to collage. For me, the biggest takeaway today has been connecting with the lovely people here. I think it's really important as an artist to not only be inside my studio making the work, but to also get the work out into the world, talk about it, be in communication with people. And this atmosphere, as you can see behind me, people are, steady, busy working on their own creativity, being able to take some of the things we talked about and then jump into a creative form of expression in some way, shape, or form for themselves, I think is really special. And I really love that about art, is that, it's accessible and open and available for anybody to do. And I just love that I was able to take away that I could connect with amazing, incredible people through my practice, which I view as sort of like a social practice, allowing people the time and the space to take some of the elements from my practice and then bring it into whatever they want to make today.
Hola, somos de Panamá. Mi nombre es Alex Santiago.
Yo soy Girkajar.
Venimos en representación del país a Carifesta y los invitamos a que vengan y vean nuestras artesanías panameñas.
Vendo bolas y, ¿cómo le dicen? Shakiras y eso.
Y nosotros venimos de un área del interior del país de Panamá, donde utilizamos el sombrero panameño, el verdadero sombrero panameño, que es el que está viendo al final, al fondo. Y los invitamos a que nos vengan a visitar al stand de Panamá.
Home, and no matter where you're from out there, I know you're going to relate to this one. Also, make sure you go and hit up the Antigua Barbuda booth, because if you haven't been to Antigua, you can win yourself a trip to the 268, and you got to come. Take me home. No place like home. If you know this one, sing along. You can rock along, and I bet by the second verse you're going to know it too, all right? Oh yeah, you should know, yeah. There's some places where I live and we can go there. Let me show ya what it really feels like to have fun. Oh no, no, no fair, and it's so clear. Plus the people full of vibes, it shows, yeah, that's my home, yeah. Look at island with Caribbean sun. So forget about your problems and leave them all behind. There's so much to do, so much to find. Don't worry about nothing, gonna have a good time. They got nothing on my mind. And think about you now. Oh, take me home. Take me home. You're sounding good. Take me home to paradise. I wanna go home. Take me home. Take me home, yeah. Take me home where I feel alive. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No place like the 268. Take me home, yeah. Now when it's sundown, time for fun now. Watch the city come alive, it's going down now. Let's go downtown, eat plenty food and drink a liquor bitter rum. Oh, I pull up a chair now, let your hair down. We're relaxing, ain't gonna move from here now. We in the place now, Liquor Island with Caribbean sun. So forget about your problems and leave them all behind. There's so much to do, so much to find. Don't worry about nothing, gonna have a good time. Ain't got nothing on my mind, but oh, take me home. Take me home. Take me home to paradise. I wanna go home, yeah. Take me home. Take me home. I see you with the Antigua bag. Take me home where I feel alive. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Asher Otto from the beautiful Twin Islands of Antigua and Barbuda. Carifesta 15, you've been fantastic. I know you miss it like I do. The only place I wanna go to. So whenever I'm feeling down, just take me home, take me down. And no matter how far I go, you're always in my heart and soul. It's the only place that I call home. Oh yeah, you should know, yeah. There's some places I live and we can go there. Let me show ya what it really feel like to have fun. One more time, Antigua, let me hear ya. Home, take me home, take me home, take me home to paradise. I wanna go home, yeah. Take me home, take me home, Lord. Take me home where I feel alive. I wanna go home. Take me home, take me home, take me home to paradise. I wanna go home, yeah. Take me home, take me home, take me home where I feel alive. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Carifesta 15, thank you so much. I'll see you guys in Antigua and Barbuda.
What's up, it's your girl Nikita here on day 4 of Carifesta 15. We're still at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market, and I thought we were in Barbados, but right now we're in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Joining me is Stephen with all the energy in the world, which I love and appreciate. How has Carifesta been going for you so far?
Oh my God, in the first instance, it is hot. So there is something that we share in common.
Thanks, Storm Erin.
That's why I'm sipping on my Snoop one, but it's been intense because, of course, we are in the business of showcasing the best of who we are from Trinidad and Tobago. So, of course, a lot of background work. We've been planning for months for the unfolding of the past 2 weeks, I should say.
Well, let me see some things. Come and show me around. We have this whole booth going on.
Yeah, this is the first part of the experience. Because, of course, in crafting the experience, we have to think about all of the generations.
Right.
So, of course, every young person wants to take a photo to remember.
We have a backpack.
Because, of course, Carnival is the...
Very soon.
Yeah. And we are now welcoming you to the experience of Trinidad and Tobago. So if you've not been to Trinidad and Tobago, this is going to give you a taste of what you can find. In the first instance, you find the warmth and the vitality of our people, and that is represented here. My colleagues from the Ministry of Culture, we are here and we're just spending time getting to know one another, networking, and sharing our stories, because I think that's what Carifesta is about, is bringing the entire Caribbean together for this wonderful experience.
So we're talking to Twin Island. I'm one of those people, those Bajans, that love a Trinidad Carnival. That's for sure. Costume seller already in tribe, but I already get my registration in, so it's good. But it's the land of festival, the capital of culture. So give me a little taste about Trinidad. When I come to Trinidad, what should I do? Where should I go?
Well, I think you have to get to the beach. But if you're talking about festival and culture, we are a beautiful blend of traditions. So you would see represented in this booth today both islands, Trinidad and Tobago. So you'd find some very distinct things about us. So in Trinidad, of course, it's all about the cuisine, all about the street food, and we are also we are a business hub. So it's the island that is big on industrialization. But when you go across to Tobago, it's rest. It's really
crab and dumpling.
Crab and dumpling, yeah. Of course. And of course, in Tobago, steel pan.
Yes, come. You hands full, so I can try. I know my way around the steel pan. My dad plays. Of course, I love the music. We had Young Renegades like yesterday, was so good. But you hold one.
Yeah.
You be my right hand. I'll be the left hand. Yeah. Give me a little say. What we doing here?
Yeah.
What am I playing?
So listen, there are some people who will crucify me for this.
I know, me too.
But it's all about the wrist work. And here, you gotta fake it until you make it.
For sure. All right then.
But this instrument, this is our national musical instrument. It is our baby. It is our own, and we are very proud of it. As a matter of fact, we're happy to be here in the month of August, because August in Trinidad and Tobago it's Independence Day, but it's also Steel Pan Month. So all month long, there are a series of activities that you could come and enjoy, where you get to hear the bands like Renegades and many others, both the young people, and passing through the booth, we are seeing young people who are more interested in thinking about their future in terms of performing artists and that kind of thing. So we are really proud of the evolution of
preserving that culture and keeping that legacy for sure. I mean, like I tell you, I love Trinidad. That's the truth. They all in the pan yards, and you see the young ones coming up, and they truly embrace the steel pan. So it's a movement. Yes. So what are you looking forward to most?
From Carifesta, I'm actually looking forward to some rest and going to the beach. But what is beautiful about exchanges like these is that the things that we take for granted, even right in the Caribbean and even at home, it's a learning experience. So even in preparing for the exhibit, we got to learn things about ourselves, our identity. And as we walk around and as we get to meet our brother and sister islands, it's a beautiful moment when people share history and exchange cultures. So you leave the experience feeling more edified and refreshed.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Steven.
Thank you very much.
Nice meeting you.
I look forward to seeing you for Carnival next
Oh,
year.
I will be there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here again at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market, we are hopping around the islands that are represented right here for Carifesta 15. We're on to the Spice Isle, Grenada. We have Nasil here. And Nasil, I already stepping on some nutmeg shells, I assume.
So this is our therapeutic, pictorial area that we set up and we allow persons to take picture. Yeah?
Now, if you were living under a rock, Spice Mass went down it was what, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago? The job, you had everybody in their feelings. I will never miss Spice Mass again. Real quick, tell us a little experience about Spice Mass in Grenada.
So Spice Mass is our premium brand and we look forward to it each year. The visitors look forward to it. So we come with a bang. Our promo this year was on point because we were overwhelmed with the visitors and we are happy and elated for that.
So we call it the Spice Isle of the Caribbean. Nutmeg is a spice that I know of, but I know that you have a ton more of spices when it comes to Grenada. So here I'm seeing some rub and spray. We have tea, we have rum, nutmeg syrup. I can put that on my pancakes?
Yes, you can put it on your pancakes.
Love it. What else do you have here?
We have some aromatherapy, so we have some rubs and sprays which takes care of your aches, your pains, your joint pains.
Wow.
We have the pepper sauce. Yeah. It's done by GCNA, our industry that is legally to export on our behalf in the country. We have Barron's pepper sauce.
Is that banana ketchup?
So this is Barron's pepper sauce, right? So it's all done from our peppers in Grenada. It's not imported pepper. So it's a pepper with a heat.
I see something here that my dad loves a lot. Is this banana ketchup?
This is
Daddy got banana ketchup.
Banana ketchup. You can flavor your pot with this rather than using the regular tomato ketchup. You get the same or even a better aroma in
and it's healthier.
And it's healthier.
Yeah. Love to see it. I gotta get some banana ketchup for my dad for sure. We have some books as well.
Yes, we do have some books from our authors, Grenada published authors. So it's
children's books.
We have puzzles, we have the actual readings, we have the actual activity books for children. So we have a wide range.
Yes. So much to experience here at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. We move over to the art. I see some art over here, some batik, some crochet, some bags, some scrunchies. Walk us through here.
So this is our fashion and apparel, all locally done by our Grenadians.
Some earrings.
Scented candles. We have scented candles from 2 of our manufacturers. We have for the men.
What's that?
It's a beard conditioner. So we not only tailored and catering for females, but we do cater for the males.
Yes, keep the beards nice and full.
We have the beard oil, so we want men to come on out into Grenada booth because we do have things for the men.
Love to see it. But thank you so much, Nasil. It's been a pleasure. And like I said, I will never miss Spice Mass.
And we look forward to Carifesta the next year, next 2 years. And it is, trust me, a grand experience for Grenada. It is our first time entering in the trade aspect of it, right? So we welcome it. Our manufacturers were happy to have their products showcased here so that we can network and find markets for them. And this is why we're here. We look forward to our regional and the CARICOM bodies and heads to network using the bilateral and the those agreements, trade agreements, to make trade happen inter-regional.
Frequently.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, nice meeting you once again. Thank you. Of course, we're roving around and moving around here at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. All of the Carifesta 15, we've seen Trinidad, we've seen Grenada, and now We're stopping here at the British Virgin Islands. I know of two of them. I've been to Virgin Gorda and Tortola before. We're here with Natalie and Renicia. And she's actually the regional marketing manager, right? That's what I heard. So what can we expect down the aisle? Or down the chain of islands, I should say.
In the British Virgin Islands, you can expect culinary delights, you can expect adventure, beauty, beautiful scenery. Every island is unique, and what we like to say in the British Virgin Islands is you can have breakfast on one island, have lunch on another island, and dinner on another island. We have ferries that transport you to the islands. Minimum, I would say about 30 minutes away. Our most northern island is Anegada, so that's about an hour and a half away, hour and 45 minutes. But every island is very unique.
I agree. How many islands?
So we have 60 islands and keys, but we have 4 main islands, and not all the islands are inhabited, but we have 60 islands and keys, 4 main islands: Tortola, Virgin Gorda, and Just Van Dyke. And this beautiful image that we chose is actually on Virgin Gorda called the Bats. So you actually trek down some really big boulders. It's a little exercise, but once you get to the open, it's a beautiful, a whole new world.
And like you said, it's like the best way to island hop, right? You get a taste of everybody. Okay, so what can we see here at the booth today?
So today we just have an example of our product, which is Virgin Gorda the Bats. Today we have a map. This is a map that I created. It's basically a road map for the Caribbean friends. Okay. We wanted them to be able to know how to trace their route from where they live to the BVI. Right. So these are all of the regional airlines, and they are color coded. So for example, the yellow plane is Liat. So if you live in St. Lucia, for example, it shows a direct flight. For example, if you live in Dominica, the green flies into Caribbean and so forth. So you're able to look at this and have a bird's eye view of how to get to the BVI from where you're from. Because we want you to come, right? And also
we have some food here on the table. I seeing things.
Local goodies. This is sweet potato pudding. It's absolutely great. Everyone seems to love it. We have fudge by a local vendor. Her name is Jeray. These candies is really good. And she also makes these really great peppermint candies. They're absolutely refreshing.
I'm glad I don't have my kids here today. They'll probably raid this table.
And then we have some tarts. We have guava, pineapple, and we had coconut, but everyone loves coconut because it's the best tart. And we also have our events calendar for the rest of the year, so that persons can know you can plan a trip to the BVI. They know what is coming up in November.
What's the standout event on the calendar?
Our Emancipation Festival, and it just ended, our 71st edition. That was in the middle of July to the first week in August. Right. So that's a really good event that we want persons to come to, because it's all about culture. You learn about the food, the people, and just have a great time.
Okay, well, I love it already. I need to book a flight soon. Tell me about that.
Great event coming up. It's called the Anegada Lobster Festival. It is the last weekend in November. So if you love lobster.
Oh, we Bajans over here love a lobster. Who don't love lobster?
It's from November 28th to the 30th. So you can visit bvifoodfest.com to learn more information about this event.
You seem like you get a lot of lobsters out there. You have a whole festival for them.
We have a lot of lobsters out there, yes.
Wow. Well, down here we do crabbing. I know we have a lot of crabs out this side. So, but you got lobsters?
And the lobster festival, they have many different types of cuisines that you can have. You can have lobster beignet, lobster ice cream, lobster
ice cream,
lobster taco. So the island that it's held on, they have a lot of lobsters. So we host a festival on that island.
I'm a girl that love her belly, but you piqued my interest there with lobster ice cream. That's one to try.
Good evening, everyone. That was Carnival for Liam, done by Andre Woodvine. This next song we're going to do for you is Killing Me Softly by the Fugees, but originally done by Roberta Flack. So please do enjoy.
Strumming my pain with his finger, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. I heard he sang a good song. I heard he had style, and so I came to see him and listen for a while. And there he was, this young boy, stranger to my eyes, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. I felt all flushed with fever, embarrassed by the crowd. I felt he found my letters and read each one out loud. I prayed that he would finish, but he just kept right on, strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Our next song is Isn't She Lovely by Stevie Wonder. He dedicated this song to his daughter, and I hope you enjoy it and sing along. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Isn't she precious? Less than 1 minute. Oh, I never thought the love we'd be making one as lovely as she. But isn't she lovely? Love. Isn't she pretty? Truly the angel's best. Boy, I'm so happy. I am feeling blessed. I can't believe what God has done. Through words He's given life to one. But isn't she lovely? I can't believe what God has done. Through us He's given life to one. But isn't she lovely? Love. Isn't she lovely? Life and love say. Life is isolation. Love me over and Lord, it could have not been done without you. Can see the word that's so very lovely. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Our next song is How Many More by John King, and it speaks to the ongoing crime and violence in our region, and I hope that it speaks to your heart today.
This morning, to the sounds of crying, another mother shedding her tears.
and gentlemen, we are the BCC Caribbean Ensemble. On pan, we have Tahila, Kaya, Mariano, Jalea. On drums, we have Miguel. On percussion, we have Damani, James, and Dante. On bass, we have Amani. On keys, we have Joshua. And on trumpet, we have Shay. And on violin, we have Sharice. And on vocals, we have Adaria, Raquela, and myself, Shalisha.
Thank you. Good evening, Carifesta. How are we feeling today? How are we feeling? Can I hear it for some Bajans in the crowd? Do we have Bajans in the crowd? Yes! Yes. And as you would have heard, we are the BCC Jazz Caribbean Ensemble, sorry. And the next song we'll be doing is by none other than the mighty Gabby Carter. And we will be doing this one in Spooch. So enjoy.
You tell me to forget. You tell me to forget. You tell me to forget. You tell me to forget.
You tell me to forget that my grandmother was born right there. So all right, I say I shall do. You tell me to forget. It is here I want my own children to grow. All right, I say I shall go. But I hope you understand how I feel about Edmonton, my homeland, my homeland, my homeland. And I hope you know it's true that I will never forgive you, because look what you do to my emotions.
You tell me to forget. You tell me to forget. You tell me to forget. You tell me to forget.
You tell me to forget that you bring bulldozers and push down the houses. So, all right, I say I shall go. You tell me to forget that you bring bulldozers and push down the houses. So, all right, I say I shall go. But I hope you understand how I feel about Edmonton, my homeland, my homeland, my homeland. And I hope you know it's true that I will never, never forgive you, because look what you do to my Edmonton.
forget. You tell me to forget. You tell me to forget. You tell me to forget.
Thank you. Okay, so this next song is also by another Bajan artist, and her name is Wendy Aline, and this song is Have a Thing About You, and it was rearranged by none other than our keyboardist, Joshua Harday. So give it up for Joshua Harday for rearranging this song, and I do hope you enjoy the arrangement. You can feel free to get up and dance if you choose to.
So I sing for you. Every single day I say a little prayer for you. I will go to the end of the earth with you. 'Cause I have a thing about you. I have a thing about you, baby. I have a thing about you, oh yeah. And if you don't believe it, well, I can show you how strong it is. You don't know
want to say thank you to the organizers of Carifesta Village. We just want to thank you for having us. Once again, we are the BCC Caribbean Ensemble, and I do hope you enjoy the rest of the festival and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Night of black man.
No love. Yo, Travis. Took one shot, got me drunk like fuck. Don't worry about me, we have it. I'm still young,
DJ
so I'm
Small.
drunk like lovers, lovers. So I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna drink, drink. I just wanna explore. And everywhere I go is get at the left, left, get at the right, right. Why not walk up, yeah, why not walk up, yeah. Get at the left, left, get at the right, right. Why not walk up, yeah, why not walk up.
It's about us, it's a girl in here, and we don't want no love. Anything you do, you can do better. If I show you my underwear, give you a little touch, but you might fall in love. So tell me, baby, can you handle when I walk it up, when I cock it up, when I back it up? Oh, baby, tell me, can you? When I want it rough, when I tickle, tickle, when I want it all. Ladies, line up, make that body bounce, shake that ass for me, twerk it for me, baby. Love to see you tweet, make that body bounce, shake that bitch for bunny, show your dirty habits.
Lovers, lovers. So I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna drink, drink. I just wanna
DJ Small.
Lovers, lovers. So I don't wanna fall in love. I'm doing what I want. I just wanna explore. Everywhere I go. All girl, let me see your hands, them going on the road. Put your hands on the road. Hands on the road. Ha. Tell the girl them come. Touch the road. All the girl them touch the road now. Touch the road. Boy.
Con que gallina no pone huevo. Con que gallina macho cantero. Con que gallina no pone.
Dance is so important to me. I've been dancing for so many years. I danced with Dance Tries Barbados, Sharon Trotman, and it helps me to express myself. So it's really important to me.
Dance is embodied expression. I think for me, dance comes from not looking pretty, not feeling as though you are doing it for other people, but it really comes from an internal process, and it's just grounding. I use dance as my sport, as my escape, as my mental process. It grounds me, and that's what it means to be.
Leandro, tengo 22 años, soy de Cuba y bailo hace ya 15 años.
His name is Leonardo. He is 22 years old. He's from Cuba and he's been dancing for about 15 years.
So, bailar para mí es como algo primordial en mi vida. Es una de las cosas que me ayuda a conectar conmigo mismo, a descubrirme como persona.
Dancing for him is very primal. He is discovering himself. He gets connected to himself.
Es la manera más fácil de expresar y canalizar todas las cosas todos mis procesos personales. Es mi trabajo y mi hobby también.
Dance for him is like a job and a hobby. He uses it to digest everything that's happening with himself personally.
I'm from right here in Barbados, and I decided to do this workshop. Like, why not try it? And it was awesome. It was a great experience, and I enjoyed it. So being one of the more mature members in the group, it was at first a little, but I just did my thing and enjoyed it, and, didn't let it bother me, and gave it my all.
Hello everyone, my name is Danica Martindale and I am from the beautiful island of Barbados. Honestly, dance is a very difficult sport. It is in no way easy and it is very physically demanding. And so to anyone who is interested but might shy away, I would say honestly, just come out as your true self. Try to do as many classes as you can, work out as much as you can so you can remain fit and so you can actually take on the pressure of what is required in order to take on the sport. So yeah, that's what I would say.
We're from the Cayman Islands.
What does dance mean to you?
One word, freedom.
Passion, expressiveness, empowerment, escape.
Okay.
Power.
Love.
What would you say to a young girl who is hesitant about taking up dance?
Go for it. Just do it. You never know where you'll end up. You never know what you might turn out to be, what kind of dancer. Everybody starts somewhere. Yes. And we all dance at different levels. We all have different talents, and you just never know.
Hi, my name is Aisha Kamishong, and this year I have the honor of serving as Carifesta 15's
dance coordinator. What does dance mean to me? Dance means everything to me. I quite often say dance is the love of my life. It is my first love and continues to be my one and only true love. Kidding. But dance is a huge part of my identity. I often also say that I can't imagine myself without dance. For as long as I've known who I am, dance has been a part of me. And without dance, I feel empty. Without dance, I don't feel like myself. So yeah, it means everything. I believe, and I've read this somewhere, that the Caribbean is comprised of dancing nations. Dance, and not necessarily how people maybe envision dance, stage, technical proficiency, that kind of crap, but movement is a part of who we are as a Caribbean people. So when people say I can't dance or I can't move, I'm afraid, no, we move in the way we talk. Look at how I've been talking the entire time through this interview. I'm using my arms, I'm gesturing, all of that is movement. So when people say, I'm afraid to dance, I'm like, no. Just dance is a part of who we are. So just jump in head first and put your best foot forward.
Brathwaite, and I am from the great island of Barbados. I am actually a student with the BCC, and sometimes they send out different dance opportunities. So we got the link for Carifesta, and I really just scrolled through to see what dances I would be interested in, and this one seemed interesting. I feel like it's very difficult to sum up what dance is for me, but the first thing that comes to mind is expression when I think about dance. It's a way for me to speak, to express myself, to like show who I am through movement, through moving my body. That's what dance is for me.
My name is Dave Smuja. I work as a producer and as a director every day, but here in Barbados I brought in a show where I am the producer and the director for Song and Berry. This is my first time to be in Barbados. For me and the rest of my team, there's 6 of us, and it's also our first time to be in the Caribbean. And we've come all the way from Zimbabwe, the country in the last alphabet. Yes. So for me, because we never really differentiate dance with actual theater. We always build our dance to text, to poetry, to everything else. And we're using dance, poetry, and everything else, our own creativity, to capture our own history, to talk about our stories, to celebrate our lives, who we are as a people. And that's exactly what dance does and what it means to me.
And we are coming from Trinidad. Trinidad, we are based in New York, so Trinidad and Tobago. We are presenting today at the Carifesta. We have batik work, we have some beautiful tie-dye pieces. We also have some beautiful African pieces that we got from Africa, Kenya, some beaded necklaces. We also have a lot of leather work, also some floral earrings also. So we are coming to you from Trinidad via Brooklyn to Barbados. Okay, so we are here and we're so happy to be here.
Wants me, and they are. All right. Let's hear it again for the Foundation School Steel Orchestra. Yes. And with that, that brings us to the end of the lunchtime concert for today. I am Diara Springer, and it has been my pleasure. It's been so fun, really, to host this portion of Carifesta. But of course, there's a lot more to do here at the Grand Market. You can experience food, fashion, and culture from almost every single Caribbean nation, all right here. So feel free to explore and patronize and enjoy the rest of Carifesta 15. Thank you and good afternoon.
Adios, mi amor. If you walk out through the door, goodbye, my love. I won't take it anymore. Adios, mi amor. Russian, she take me for a joke. of you lick me chip and I'm programmed to you. Think of you alone can love me and I'll be broken if you walk out. But anytime you decide to pack up your things and leave, don't come back. One, go. Don't come back. I won't cry, I'll be fine. Don't come back. Oh, don't come back. No matter make you do a ritual where the good Lord split you. Don't come back. Roses are red, life is real. This love is gone toxic and up is weed. No need to play any games anymore. Your kind of love, nothing to me. Drifting now, we're drifting. Remember when we were one? This ship is sinking. If we don't bail out, we're gonna drown. My cup is overflowing. I've had enough now. So anytime you decide to pack up your things and leave, don't come back. One, go. Don't come back. I won't cry, I'll be fine. Don't come back. Anytime you're ready, when you're ready. No, don't come back. And do not make you do a ritual, the good last.
Sweet mama, and you deserve me, corazón. So nice to meet you, could you tell me where you're from? Never seen a girl like you, you're hotter than the sun. Hotter than the sun, girl, you're hotter than the sun. Me and you together in the island having fun. Under the influence of sweet coconut rum, girl. Magical vibe, I don't want to be done. I need to give me your love, I never give you no bun. I wanna give you my love, give you my love, give you my love. Baby, I wanna give you my love, give you my love, all of my love. Sweet, sweet, sweet love. I wanna give you my love, give you my love, give you my love. Baby, I wanna give you my love, give you my love, all of my love.
Down, down, down. Me ready for you, girl. No matter what me say, me ready for you. I just one phone call. Me ready for you, girl. And when you call me, me ready for you. Don't ball, ball. Me ready for you, girl. No matter what me say, me ready for you. I just one phone call. Me ready for you, girl. And when you call me, me ready for you. You shine bright, make me see the light. Me a looking at your soul when you are looking at my eye. Me like when me see me life. I know nothing for me like. This is something when me like I. You have a energy when make the tide rise. Remember when you say you love me bright eyes. Something I go burn up on the white rice. Everybody gather round. Me tell you me love you in the crowd. We have something beautiful little loud. If you need my love right now, just one phone call, you know. Me ready for you, girl. No matter what me say, me ready for you. I just one phone call. Me ready for you, girl. And when you call me, me ready for you. Don't ball, ball. Me ready for you, girl. No matter what me say, me ready for you. I just one phone call. Me ready for you, girl. I tell them reggae make you rock, rock, rock. Reggae make you rock some more. I say rubber, dub. Reggae make you rock some more. Having fun this time around. To the sweet, sweet reggae sound. Smiling faces, no see no frown. The music gets you high way on the ground.
When you say you love me, no, I love you more. When you say you need me, no, I need you more. Boy, I adore you. Boy, I adore you.
Alright, so fine, yes girl, you're so fine. Think we really need to spend more time. See it clear, cause I love you, you're not blind. If it was a felony, me charge for the crime. Girl, don't play with my mind. I will be there, will never treat you unkindly. I'm yours, so girl, just be mine. Tell you, say me love you from a long, long time, yeah.
You say you love me, no, I love you more. When you say you need me, no, I need you more. Boy, I adore you. Boy, I adore you.
Yeah.
Rachel Liberté. Rachel Liberté. Liberté. Rachel Liberté.
Cuba, Rachel Liberté. Sénégal, Rachel Liberté. Haïti, Rachel Liberté. Rachel Liberté. Canada, Rachel Liberté. Saint-Lizzy, Rachel Liberté. La Guadeloupe, Rachel Liberté. Rachel Liberté. Même si pays l'a crasé, même si tu dis mon qui pleurait, même si tu dis sang qui coulait, Rachel Liberté, voyoyoy, voyoyoy, voyoyoy.
Rachel Liberty. Liberty. Root up liberty.
Voyoyoy, voyoyoy, voyoyoy.
Liberty. Root up liberty. Liberty. Root up liberty.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a song of freedom. Let's chant that together. Liberté, Rachel Liberté. In Creole, in English, liberty, root up liberty. I want to hear you now. Liberty, root up
liberty.
It's Caribbean, come on.
Liberty.
We are being concerned in time.
Root up liberty.
Why-yo-yo, why-yo-yo, why-yo-yo.
Liberty. Root up liberty. Liberty. Root up liberty.
Why-yo-yo, why-yo-yo, liberty.
Liberty. Root up liberty. Liberty. Root up liberty.
Why-yo-yo, 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 liberty. Root up liberty.
Liberty. Root up liberty.
Why-yo-yo, why-yo-yo, la la la.
Liberty. La 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 la.
Thanks to François Ladrezo.
September 16th. Not every fight does start with the lick of a drum and the pounding of a foot on a pavement. Some does start with a gentle whisper. Like a cool breeze just blow past your ear and something inside you to start stirring quietly at first. A little irritation in your body like a pebble in your shoe. You're walking and keep forgetting, but slowly it starts to grate on you. You sit down and start to wonder, but what it is they really out here doing? Is that what it really mean? They decide our fate, our journeys, and how they should happen, when and where we coming and going? And something you know ain't feeling right inside, ain't sitting good inside your body, inside your soul. You continue to hear this whisper, a buzzing in your ear like a mosquito that just won't let you be. A nagging, a pulling, a tugging at your coattails. You're saying to yourself, that ain't my problem, no. I want to stay out of that because it ain't really affecting me. So when the people had first come out and take to the streets, you decided, I just going to stay here to the side because that problem don't really concern me. But then the whisper became louder. A steady thumping, a steady humming, a steady lick and roll of drum, a rhythm that slowly picked up in your heart,
in your soul, and you finally found and understood where it was coming from. The belly of your ancestors was rolling and groaning because they were upset. Wherever they were lying, buried deep in this soil, they were perturbed by what was going on. See, they understood that this nonsense that was happening was never a thing in their time, because they fought back hard and strong to make sure that we were always one. Because when one side got free, they make sure to tell their brothers and sisters, come over, because there ain't no border for we. There was always unity here in these streets. And now somebody come from someplace, always a foreign man or woman in this case, to decide that what was normal and what was right and what was good, what was a blessing to this land was a problem. Cause of a virus, they see. Virus, they say, must stop at the border because cases rising. Oh, yes, they say, we got to protect them, these simple-minded people, from themselves. At first, we went along because we understand there was a health concern unification. But then they really decide they're only stopping people from one side. Since then, we decided that maybe it's time we take a stand, time to take back control of we land. They always say we passive, and I think that means that they could do what they want with we. But some of us, our bellies just keep growing. We just hear the pounding in our heads constantly. So whenever it comes time to take foot and hit pavement, we just move fast. We just move strong. For others, sometimes it takes a bit longer. But on September 16th, we decided to finally roll out, to come out, to unite, to remember the call of the ancestors, to remember how they stood up, to remember how they were always there for each other together, never seeing no border that did not exist. We decided for once and for all, we're going to stand together to mobilize and act as one, unified. And although it took some of us a little longer to get there, we did, because we realized that this unique place we like to call Sweet St. Martin Land, this place we like to call home. To many and for all who decide to set foot on this soil, to love this island paradise, this was our land, entrusted to us by the ancestors who lie buried in its dirt to protect what they had always fought for. Freedom to roam this land as one island, one people, one destiny. And ain't nobody ever gonna come here and take that from we.
Break, shoot, bottom, 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 go!
Shoot, bottom, 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 bottom.
Break,
Shoot, bottom, 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 bottom. Break, shoot, bottom, 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 bottom.
Yuna mama, wina picho, ho anaisa, yumuyere bejo. Wanaisa, yumuyere bejo. Goro winti, yumuyere beji. Yuna mama, wina picho, ho anaisa, yumuyere bejo. One night, you muyere bejo. Goro winti, you muyere beji. You na mama di devi na pijo. One night, you muyere bejo. One night, di devi yere bejo. Goro winti, you muyere beji. You na mama di devi na pijo.
mesem hatiku deg-degan kowe mandeg awakku kok krasa mriyang sebab apa aku ora ngerti angger weruh kowe saya sembarang lali loro tresno kaya ngene pisan bedo kowe mekempi bang wae yes ayo come on come on come on come on here we go hey 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 ayo 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 hey 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 Macen kowe sing marake ayo 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 tentang samo kelingan wae thank you Jess ayo ora bisa lali wanita ayu koyo mitandari kowe kekeng nanti wanita aku ketekan pati tak puji tak hati-hati pengen paparan kowe selawase loro tresno kowe sing bisa nambani alright everybody do it with me here we go hey 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 ayo 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 kowe mesem hatiku deg-degan kowe mandeng awakku kok krasa mriyang sebab apa aku ora ngerti angger weruh kowe saya sembarang lali loro tresno kok kaya ngene pisan bedo kowe model bimbang wae opo tambahane alright Suriname everyone here we go hey 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 one more time here we go hey 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 Macen kowe
It's time for the best coverage of the top stories in sports. The Sports Wrap with Jason Page starts now.
Oh, yes, it does. And great to have you with us on this Wednesday edition of the show. We got a whole lot to do over the next 60 minutes. A little bit of baseball. It's been very good to me. Some college football. One of the biggest opening games in the history of college football. Might be the biggest game in the history of the opening of college football season. We'll get to that. Odds and ends with tennis and a whole bunch more. But we start things out in the NFL. And Sam Yarnell is here, ladies and gentlemen. Looking dapper as always. Sam, throughout the last, 8 shows, we did a segment, an exercise on this show, which examined all the NFL divisions. And we asked the question, if not the favorite to win the division, then who would be the team we would choose to win the division? And I thought we would extend that for at least one more day here on the show because I have had so much fun with it. And for those who missed it and didn't get to see that, on Friday, you'll be able to see all of them in a special edition of Sports Wrap on Friday. We will have all of our division, if not then whose. So whoever's favored to win the division and who we think might upset that or who could upset that. So I decided today we'd do something fun, Sam Yarnell, and ask the question, if not then who, NFL MVP edition, Sam Yarnell. The favorite to win the AP's NFL regular season MVP is Lamar Jackson. He is plus 430. After that, it is Josh Allen at 6-1, Joe Burrow at 6-1, Patrick Mahomes just below that at plus 650, Jaden Daniels at 10-1, and then Justin Herbert at 20-1. Those are your top 6 over on FanDuel, the unofficial sports book of Sports Wrap. Unofficial. Why? They don't pay us. So, Sam Yarnell, I asked the question today to you. If not Lamar Jackson for MVP, then who?
Yeah, Jason, and this is obviously an award that I think that I understand pretty well, considering that I've given out the winner of this MVP or this award the past 2 seasons on this show before the season started. And quite frankly, when you look at the MVP, you got to do this. You got to look at the narrative. It's a narrative-based award, and who can maintain the narrative throughout the entirety of the season. Last year, you saw, based on what people were saying going into the year, based on what they were saying about the Bills, if they had any success, it was going to come exclusively from Josh Allen. That was the narrative going into the season. What happened? Josh Allen won the MVP. What's the narrative going into this season? It seems that you can't turn your head without seeing somebody talking about how Joe Burrow seemingly deserved the MVP.
If you go where I think you're about to go.
Because of the stats that happened last year, right? And because of the voting that we saw last year, I think it's as far in the rearview mirror as it is that it's comfortable to say Josh Allen wasn't, necessarily deserving of the MVP from a statistical perspective last year. It had to do with what he did with relation to what he had, right? The statistical MVP last year was Joe Burrow. The reason they gave it to Josh Allen last year was because there was an entire year before that where Josh Allen had the argument over Lamar Jackson to win the MVP, and the voters botched it up and picked Lamar again. So the voters are still clearly trying to dig themselves out of this hole, and because of that, they're giving it to Joe Burrow this year if he has any semblance of a successful season.
Wow. You went Joe Burrow. I'm you know what? Hats off to you, Sam Yarnell. Sometimes I wonder if you're going to go with your heart versus your head, and you impressed me on this one. I did not think you would say Joe Burrow. And it disappoints me that you did, because I was going to say Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow is I don't even think it's if not Lamar Jackson, then who. It's if not Joe Burrow, then who for me this year. That team with so much to prove. And look, statistically, I think he's going to blow numbers that are just out of the water. I think he's going to do some ridiculous things from a numerical perspective. One, he's going to have to, because even with Trey Hendrickson, I think a lot of us question what that defense is going to look like over the course of 17 games. I expect Josh Allen will still have a phenomenal year. I still think Lamar Jackson will have a great year. But I also think some of this is, as much as we talk about narratives, it's also predicated on the idea that you believe the Bengals are going to be better, that they're going to get off to a faster start. And remember, we ran through their schedule briefly last week when we did this exercise, or earlier this week. I don't remember. The days all blend together. We ran through this, and they've got a tough schedule. But if they can get through the first 6 weeks at 3-3 or 4-2, and I mean that because if you go look at their schedule, it's a murderer's row over the first 6 weeks of the season. If they can get through that and get through that gauntlet, so to speak, and find themselves just in the playoffs, I kind of think they need to win a division for him to be the MVP. If him and Lamar have similar seasons, not that they have similar numbers because Lamar does different things, obviously running the football and being a dual threat. I think it could be Lamar Jackson's award still. I believe Burrow's going to put up monster numbers this year, though. I think it's him first and foremost. I love the number at 6-1. I would go and put money on it at 6-1. But let me also throw this in with the final minute and a half we have here. Do not sleep on Jaden Daniels. At 10-1, I love that number. I mean, I don't know how you're not putting a sprinkle, as Sam likes to say, on Jaden Daniels, given what he did last year. Unless you believe that you have a similar situation to a certain quarterback in Houston who regressed in his second year in the league. Unless you believe that sort of regression is coming for Jaden Daniels, I don't know how you don't put money on Jaden Daniels at 10-1, Sam, for MVP.
Well, because Jaden Daniels is quite literally Joe Burrow on a less talented team.
No, he's a dual threat. He can run the football. Burrow doesn't run.
Sure, but again, what we're talking about here is team acumen, right? And I hate to say this, I really do, but if week 16 we're looking at which team is objectively better and I had to put money on it, I'd bet my bottom dollar that the Cincinnati Bengals are going to be a better team than the Washington Commanders. Now, the AFC may be a more competitive conference, and the AFC North a more competitive division. Wait a minute.
Did you just guarantee the Bengals will be better by the end of the year than the Redskins record-wise? I would not make that guarantee.
I didn't say record-wise, talent-wise.
Oh, talent-wise. I thought you were saying
talent-wise.
Okay. I thought you were saying record.
And again, I'm going to take the guy with more talent around him. I'll take Joe Burrow 6 ways to Sunday.
But if Daniels puts up comparable numbers with less talent, then you're making the argument for Jaden Daniels. That's all I'm saying. We got more NFL to do. We'll do it next.
This is an important message for victims of asbestos exposure, even if you smoked. If you or a loved one were diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer or any of the diseases listed on your screen, call the Victims Justice Group now. You may be entitled to significant compensation. Many workers were unknowingly exposed to dangerous asbestos fibers in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. When inhaled or ingested, asbestos fibers become trapped within the body. It irritates sensitive tissue around the lungs and within your gastrointestinal tract. This causes inflammation and cell damage, and over the years can lead to mesothelioma or lung cancer or other cancers and severe breathing restrictions, causing tremendous pain and suffering, even the loss of life for victims of asbestos exposure. $30 billion in court-ordered trust funds have been established for mesothelioma and lung cancer victims and their families. But there are strict deadlines to file a claim. Waiting to call could mean losing your right to compensation for you or your loved one's asbestos exposure. If you or a loved one, living or deceased, served in the military, especially the Navy, or worked as a boiler maker, pipe fitter, insulator, millwright, steam fitter, iron and steel worker, shipyard worker, factory worker, construction worker, mechanic, or another industrial occupation, even if you smoked and were later diagnosed with any of the diseases listed on your screen, call the Asbestos Exposure Helpline now. Every year, thousands of people will be diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer, which can be devastating for victims and their families. The attorneys and staff working with Victims Justice Group have decades of experience and fully understand the complexities of filing a claim to get you the maximum payment for your pain and suffering, securing over $1 billion for mesothelioma and lung cancer victims and their families. We've helped thousands of victims seek justice, but don't delay. There are strict deadlines to file a claim. If you or a loved one worked in an industrial setting in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, or 80s, even if you smoked, call the Asbestos Exposure Helpline now.
Don't delay. Call 1-800-308-1630. That's 1-800-308-1630 right now. now.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If your loved one has suffered from bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call 800-398-5999 and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free.
Coming up in 10 minutes, we got your baseball right here. Don't forget, David Ardsma joins us on Thursdays to talk all things Major League Baseball. Sam Yarnell, let's continue with the NFL conversation, shall we? I could have done so much more on that MVP conversation we were just having. I really could have. Because I think it's going to be fascinating to watch how that whole thing plays out this year, and we will here on the show. All right, let's get to some quarterback notes around the NFL, a couple of wide receiver ones as well, Sam. The Browns made the decision that I don't think shocked any of us, and that is the decision to go with Dillon Gabriel as the number 2 quarterback after they traded away Kenny Pickett. I don't think anybody should have been shocked that it would be Gabriel that was the number 2. It is interesting, though, that they are going to carry 3 quarterbacks on game day, and that third quarterback will be Shedeur Sanders, according to all accounts. Sam, based on what we've seen in the preseason, we can all agree this was the correct decision. I just wonder how long the leash is on Flacco this season before we see Dillon Gabriel. That's what I'm curious to see, is just how much time they give Joe Flacco here over the first month, 2 months of the season. Because as we've said, and I think you and I are totally in agreement on this. I was saying it a long time ago. You said it even earlier this week. Just rip off the Band-Aid. Let's find out. Let's have a true quarterback competition between Sanders and Gabriel and just find out who the better of the two is, because you're not winning anything this year in that division, which is going to be brutal. What did you make of their decision to go with Sanders suiting up on game day as the number 3?
Yeah, not really anything. Everyone's got to have a third quarterback, an emergency quarterback. It's okay. I assumed this would happen.
But is
Plenty
he the
of other news
emergency?
happened yesterday.
But is he the
Plenty of
emergency?
bigger, more important stuff.
But is he the emergency quarterback?
Yes.
Or can he?
He's the emergency quarterback.
So he cannot.
You have to have 2 quarterbacks get injured for him to come in.
Okay, that's what I wanted to be sure of, because
he can't come in just because somebody's playing bad. You have to suffer 2 injuries for him to come in.
So we're not seeing him. In other words, we're not. No. In other words, the only way we're seeing him is if we have a any given Sunday situation where both quarterbacks go down.
Yes.
And then you get Willie Beeman. Okay, fair enough. Spencer Rattler is going to be the starting quarterback over Shuck in New Orleans with the Saints. Keep in mind, Rattler didn't win a single game as the starting quarterback in New Orleans last year. They liked what he did in camp, though, so he's going to get an opportunity to be the starter. I don't know how long he'll be the starter, Sam, but he's going to get an opportunity.
This is an absolute colossal disaster mess. I can't even think of an adjective bad enough to describe what's going on in New Orleans. Listen, everybody knows, at least everybody in the NFL world knows, that they absolutely blew it. They crapped the bed with the Tyler Shuck pick. They created all this steam around him leading into the draft. Nobody bought it, and they still drafted him anyway. And now you're going to start the guy who's been on the team for a year, who's a year younger than the guy you just wasted a second-round pick on. I'm not going to lie, Jason. I've talked to a couple of people, and people are just laughing from other organizations at the New Orleans Saints right now because of the way that this whole thing is played out. People know that Spencer Rattler cannot play quarterback in the NFL. Yeah, it was a great story when he was on the Netflix show until he blew that too. It was a great story for a while until he didn't work out at Oklahoma and then transferred and bounced all around. And then there was the South Carolina thing. Like, people understand at this point Spencer Rattler cannot play quarterback at this high of a level. And you wasted draft capital on Tyler Shuck only to not start him. it makes no sense. New Orleans quickly becoming a laughingstock.
Sam, the number on the Saints that seems to be most popular is 4.5 wins. Under 4.5 is plus 105. Over 4.5, the juice there at minus 130. If I made you pick one or the other, they going over or under?
It would be under, but I'm trying to find it here. Usually some of these sports books will offer worst team. I would bet the Saints to be the worst team. I know you'll probably have to lay juice, honestly. At this point, it's probably you won't have to lay juice, but it's a very short number, I would imagine, 2-1, 3-1 even. I would bet that. That seems to me like the most comfortable guarantee. That team is crashing and burning in front of our very eyes. They are currently in, this is something that I've talked about, I think on this show even, for years. They are currently in the cap hell that they built themselves into through the entire Derek Carr situation.
Yep. No, you're right. You've talked about that ad nauseum. Couple other notes related to receivers. The Vikings, what's the matter? You made a face.
They're just not. Maybe they saw me coming a mile away. They are not posting a worst record market this year.
Fair enough. Maybe they did see you coming. Couple of receiver notes in an attempt to kind of shore up their receiving core, I guess. The Vikings go and bring in Adam Thielen via trade. You know, you're getting 2025 Adam Thielen. You're not getting 2022 or 2021 Adam Thielen. Panthers get a 5th round pick in 26, a conditional 26 pick for the Vikings in the deal. No, I don't have a problem with it.
Panthers are up to something. Panthers are absolutely up to something. They know something that we all don't. That wide receiver room now. I think their oldest, actual pass catcher guy who's going to be running routes regularly is 25 years old now. They know something we don't. I'm concerned about the Vikings. This is a light starts going off for the Minnesota Vikings. Is this just because of the Jordan Addison suspension? Is there something else that we don't know about that they got to bring Adam Thielen in to figure out? I don't know.
Look, it sounds like Thielen's going to start opposite Justin Jefferson. So, I mean, take for that.
Yeah, right? How much? And that's got to be a concern for J.J. McCarthy going into his first year now. Yeah. Every team in the league is going to triple cover Justin Jefferson and not worry about 40-year-old Adam Thielen. I'm being exorbitant for dramatic sake, but it doesn't spell out well for the Minnesota Vikings offense for me, Jason.
No, I would tend to agree with that. Last but not least, the Jaguars make a move at receiver. They trade for Tim Patrick, who was with the Lions.
Another head scratcher. I cannot get my head around why they would do this with Brian Thomas Jr., with Travis Hunter. Again, the Jaguars know something we don't about how bad they are.
6th round pick in 26 in exchange for Patrick. We're coming back with more Sports Wrap. We're getting to baseball next.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs and there's no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-0721. That's 800-991-0721. Call now.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If your loved one has suffered from bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call 800-398-5999. and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free.
Welcome to the Intra-African Trade Fair 2025, the gateway to abundant opportunity, the platform for more, access to a continent with more makers and creators, more technology and manufacturing capabilities, more innovators and collaborators, more information and knowledge, a continent of opportunities for business in more markets and resources that accelerate progress and create space for more infrastructure, connectivity and networking, more creativity, production, and more deals for the people. Afrexim Bank, in collaboration with the African Union Commission and the AFCFTA Secretariat, brings you the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair, hosted by the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees, 140 plus countries, $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities. Register now and enter the gateway to new opportunities.
All right, coming up in 10 minutes, a special treat. We're going to have Monday a full conversation that we had with Nick Asayan, who is the founder of Light Helmets. He joined us last year, just before the start of NFL season, talking about helmet safety. It's great if you are the parent of somebody playing youth football, somebody in high school playing football at any level, really. Anything involving helmets. It's a great conversation with the founder and CEO of Light Helmets, Nick Asayan, who's going to be with us on Monday's show. A part of that conversation we're going to give to you a little preview of what we talked about coming up in about 10 minutes here on the show. But first, Sammy Arnell, let's talk some baseball and some news and notes from around the league. And let's start with Giancarlo Stanton, who just continues to turn back the clock. This is not like some little spurt of offense from Giancarlo Stanton. This is a full-on carrying of the Yankees offensively over the last month for Big G, who will be in the Hall of Fame. And if you listen to this show, you'd know that, because I've been telling you over and over again, this guy is a future Hall of Famer. He could have had 2 home runs last night. It would have been a home run in 20 major league ballparks, the shot he hit to left center, which was a double. He did hit a home run later on in the game, an absolute bomb over 450 feet into the left field bleachers as the Yankees beat the Nationals again, 5-1. But who had on their scorecard the Yankees making the playoffs because of Giancarlo Stanton this year?
I don't know if I have that on my scorecard yet.
Stop it. They've got the weakest schedule in baseball, Sam. They're making the playoffs.
So again, it draws back to the concerns that, like, you are relying down the stretch of the season when you have a 4.5 game lead on missing the playoffs at this point, right? With a month and a half of the season to go, and you're relying on a guy who's 40 years old?
No, he's not 40. What are you talking about? He's not even close to 40. Hey, Google, how old is Giancarlo Stanton?
35 years old.
He's 35.
35 years old.
You just aged him by 5 years. What are you, ChatGPT?
With that guy's injury history, he might as well be 48. He might as well be 55, Jason. The guy is
absolutely
he
not.
Can't run. And
He doesn't have. You don't have to run when you hit the ball 450 feet.
So again,
did David Ortiz run? No.
David Ortiz didn't spend half of every season on the injured list.
And like Giancarlo Stanton, he was basically a lifetime DH.
Sure, but the thing is, he stayed healthy while doing it. Giancarlo Stanton can't.
He's healthy now.
And again, that is the concern with the Yankees. It's just and this is the thing they've been doing seemingly all season, and I guess we'll just have to, by some accounts, wait until the playoffs for it to bite them. They're playing unsustainable baseball.
Look, I don't think they're built,
played unsustainable baseball in about 6 different ways this season. And if they can ride it to the last wild card spot, that'll be fine. But they're going to finish 3rd in this division.
It won't be the last. It won't be the last wild card spot. It won't. And again, the schedule is going to dictate that. I think at worst they're going to be the first wild card, and I still think they have a shot to win the division. You can't rule them out, considering they still have another series to go with the Blue Jays that I think we said is at Yankee Stadium, if I'm not mistaken. One other note on the Stanton thing, and and sort of him carrying the team. Eventually, Aaron Judge is going to hit again. It's not as if we've seen the last of Aaron Judge hitting the baseball this year. I just want to make sure we point that out. As he is your still what you sent me a note yesterday. What MVP? Him and Raleigh now. They're both they're now both minus 110 as far as that goes. Wilson Contreras, yes. You want
I'll
to
just
throw
say
one more
this, a
thing
note on Aaron Judge, right? Like, this is not a guy who is unsusceptible at all to going months while being a horrible baseball player, which is what we're currently seeing him do, considering over the last month that average is now down to 194. And I mean, again, once you get beyond the regular season slump, we know this guy's history in the playoffs. He disappears when the calendar turns to October.
And that's what I was going to say earlier, by the way. And now I'm glad you just reminded me of it. The Yankees are not built to win in the postseason. I am the first one to sit here and tell you this, but they are built to win in the regular season because you're going to play your cupcakes, and they play a lot of cupcakes down the stretch. Is why they're going to be in the playoffs at the very least. Wilson Contreras gets a 6-game ban, Sam. About right? For the bat throwing?
No. I mean...
Should he have gotten more? Less?
No, yes,
he
less.
He threw a bat, Sam!
No, it's ridiculous. He obviously didn't intend to... I don't even think he intended to throw the bat. I think it kind of slipped out of his hand because of the way he was being held back. But yeah, no, again, and I'll die on this hill. It is ridiculous, the protections and the lengths to which Major League Baseball and the Major League Baseball Umpires Association go to protect...
Oh, that didn't slip out of his hands. We just watched it.
Major League Baseball umpires compared to the lengths that they let the Major League Baseball Players Association go to protect the players. It's ridiculous. It's unfair. Actually, and this would be an interesting case study for, I guess, next baseball season, but I think the balance of power in baseball between player and official is more so that is more unbalanced than any other sport.
By the way, Laz Diaz needs to be put out to pasture. I mean, my God, some of the calls he made behind home plate in that Yankee game last night is just an outright embarrassment. Like, we need to retire Laz Diaz. We got rid of one with, Angel Hernandez, thank you.
10 years.
Yes, we need to retire Laz Diaz.
So in 7.5 years,
stop.
good luck.
Don't even say
Laz Diaz will be gone.
Please don't say that. The A's are going to play 6 games. As somebody who hosts the show, and we are based here in Las Vegas, me being the royal we here. The A's are going to play 6 games in Las Vegas this year, I say. Thank heavens. It's a great decision by Major League Baseball. It's a great decision by everybody involved to get them into the market and play some games and generate some excitement, because we know the Sacramento thing is not going that well. What do they play, 6 games here next year? Maybe they play 12 games here in 2027, Sam. I love it. Let's get the A's here faster.
If I were a player on that team, if I were looking, well, they're not going to be able to sign as many marquee free agents if that's even something they're in the business of doing, which they never have been.
No, you're building for 28. You're building for 28 if you're
sure, but if I'm Nick Kurtz, if I'm Jacob Wilson, if I'm signed to that team for next season, I am so upset about this.
Why?
You're telling me that I got to give up 6 home games. Home games in Major League Baseball are absolutely coveted. In a 162-game season where routine is the most valuable thing, you're now taking 6 home games away from me. I would be livid if I were one of the players. But it's great for the Las Vegas community that's shown you multiple times that they don't want the Athletics there.
Oh, come on. We don't know if they want them or not. We'll know in 28 when they get here.
Let's ask the teachers union.
This is an important message for victims of asbestos exposure. Even if you smoked, if you or a loved one were diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer or any of the diseases listed on your screen, call the Victims Justice Group now. You may be entitled to significant compensation. Many workers were unknowingly exposed to dangerous asbestos fibers in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. When inhaled or ingested, asbestos fibers become trapped within the body. It irritates sensitive tissue around the lungs and within your gastrointestinal tract. This causes inflammation and cell damage, and over the years can lead to mesothelioma or lung cancer or other cancers and severe breathing restrictions, causing tremendous pain and suffering, even the loss of life for victims of asbestos exposure. $30 billion in court-ordered trust funds have been established for mesothelioma and lung cancer victims and their families. But there are strict deadlines to file a claim. Waiting to call could mean losing your right to compensation for you or your loved one's asbestos exposure. If you or a loved one, living or deceased, served in the military, especially the Navy, or worked as a boiler maker, pipe fitter, insulator, millwright, steam fitter, iron and steel worker, shipyard worker, factory worker, construction worker, mechanic, or another industrial occupation, even if you smoked and were later diagnosed with any of the diseases listed on your screen, call the Asbestos Exposure Helpline now. Every year, thousands of people will be diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer, which can be devastating for victims and their families. The attorneys and staff working with Victims Justice Group have decades of experience and fully understand the complexities of filing a claim to get you the maximum payment for your pain and suffering, securing over $1 billion for mesothelioma and lung cancer victims and their families. We've helped thousands of victims seek justice, but don't delay. There are strict deadlines to file a claim. If you or a loved one worked in an industrial setting in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, or 80s, even if you smoked, call the Asbestos Exposure Helpline now.
Don't delay. Call 1-800-308-1630. That's 1-800-308-1630 right now.
All right, coming up in 10 minutes, some college football talk, Texas and Ohio State style. But we've got something cool coming up. Monday, we're going to be off for Labor Day, but we'll have a conversation with Nick Asayan for most of that show. He is the founder and CEO of Light Helmets. They're one of the few manufacturers that's allowed to have NFL players wearing their helmets. And Nick Asayan joined us. We had a conversation with him last week, Sam and myself. And I asked the founder and CEO of Light Helmets about Aaron Rodgers because we know all the controversy around him and trying to find a helmet to wear this year. What do you got for me, Nick? What do you think of when you see this Aaron Rodgers story? Because I started talking about it, when he can't find something that works for him. I mean, do you guys reach out to him? Like, how does that process go?
So here's the insider scoop on it.
Okay.
So Dave Dunn, who's one of the founders of Athletes First, probably the biggest NFL sports agency, is Rodgers' agent. He's actually loosely involved with Light in terms of we have a relationship with him. We've done some work with Athletes First. We've done work with GSC, Vanguard, Vayner Sports. I mean, you go through the list, right? So we have an indirect or a dotted line path to him. And the challenge is a lot of these equipment guys are not necessarily, open. So we've got an equipment guy at the Steelers. And now let me tie one more thing into that. Art Smith, the offensive coordinator, his dad is Fred Smith, who's an investor in the company. Now, is there a conflict of interest potentially there? I don't know if you can say that. Art's not invested in the company. But what I'll say is this. We've got an equipment person that's there that says our sales reps aren't as good as the competitive reps. Our sales reps have never been in to the Steelers. So I don't know how you can say that if we've not been in there. This is the #1 new quarterback helmet, and it weighs half as much. And if they do the excess of going through the injury reports last year, you can see which helmets have a proclivity for injury. So the point is that we've got tethers to him. We don't want to push too hard. And we know, Aaron's going to make his own decision. He's certainly a smart and analytical guy. So if I have my, preference, which would be 15 minutes of time with him, which I'm hopeful to get at some point here, I think that he'll make a Light decision because I think that, he looks at things and says, hey, it's got to perform in the lab. I understand that. But how does it perform on field? And what's the science behind it? And also, what are the wins or losses for other people that are involved in this? And why haven't I heard about this in my own locker room? So I'm not trying to pick on the Steelers because there's other teams that are in that space. And that happens with any product. But the reality is that these are big money players, and they have a material impact on how successful the team will be over the course of a year. Let them make a decision. These are smart players. Their agents are smart. Their personal doctors are smart. And that's really one of those things that's frustrating. I bet you I've gotten 500 emails, calls, and texts. Bro, you got to do something about this Rodgers thing. I mean, it keeps me awake at night. So
I feel you. Go ahead, Sam.
Nick, one of the most interesting parts to me about Light Helmets is your partnership with K3D, an awardee of the NFL's Helmet Challenge. I'm curious, can you kind of tell us what technology goes into that, what that partnership is all about, and how it kind of helps make your product unique?
Yeah, absolutely. They're a fantastic partner of ours. And probably 3-4 years ago, they approached us and said, hey, none of the other helmet companies will help us. Can we get the dimensions of your shell so we can enter this NFL Head Health Tech Challenge, which was a technology challenge with a series of grants? And we, of course, cooperated. We know what it's like to be a new company. Fast forward 3 years later, they win 2 grants for $1 million. The internals on this helmet, we saw the test results in the lab. We're like, man, if we apply some of our technology in conjunction with this and how we get helmets on the field, we think we have a winner. Now, let's look at how this has come out. They're in all of our NFL helmets, which we already talked about how well they score. They're in the #1 Virginia Tech rated helmet, our Apache. They're in the #1 youth helmet, which is the Apache Lightning. And, you know, we've got some new products that are on the way out too that you'll see that they've been involved with. So these type of partnerships, and this is why I go back to the NFL, people will look at sometimes nefariously and say, oh my God, you know, they're doing this, they're doing that. They want the best players on the field. How they get there, we may question that. We may question, why aren't there 2 different tests? Why aren't there USC, Lockheed Martin, or Gentex and Biocore all competing, and then compare the real world data to those tests to see where the tighter tie is, right? But the reality is the NFL catalyzed this entire technology that came from Clyde. We wouldn't have it if it weren't for the NFL. Now, the Clyde guys in Canada, we give them a hard time about being Canadian all the time. Now, you know, do they deserve that? They deserve a little bit of knifing. They tease us, especially when the U.S. loses in that NHL game. You know, that was 6 months ago. I didn't even want to come to the office and talk to those bastards that day. But the reality is you have 2 separate companies, 2 separate cultures, 1 goal, and you got to tie these companies together. So the execution of this has been not, I wouldn't say it a challenge, but a process to get where we want it to be. But to look together and say the NFL's, you know, plug some nickels into the jukebox. These helmets are on heads all across the country. In Europe, in Japan, down in Mexico. In fact, Ryan Khalil, you know, former NFL player, owns the Oso Monterrey down in Mexico. They were in the championship game and they lost, but it's Christian McCaffrey, Sam Darnold, George Kittle. Well, who did they come to for helmets? They came to us, right? And this light technology and Clyde technology not only landed there, but it got into Texas Southern. And Jason, your Giants helmet, Michael Strahan, he was the one that went out and bought 70 or 80 of our helmets.
Wow.
And put them on his college team. And those are the places where we really feel that, hey, we have validation, and now it's a matter of turning the volume up.
We're back with college football, Ohio State and Texas preview next.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs and there's no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-0721. That's 800-991-0721. Call now.
Driving change, connecting futures. The future isn't just coming, we're building it. In smart classrooms, by women leading the charge, by fearless Caribbean startups, with united policies and digital power for all. CTU ICT Week 2025, September 29th to October 3rd, Jamaica Pegasus, Kingston. Be there, be part of the future. Register now at ctu.int.
Hi, I'm Basil Yard, a Barbadian coming to you from Boston, Massachusetts. Now you're locked into Carib Vision, the eyes and the ears of the Caribbean. And I came with a little PSA. If you didn't know, you're about to know. Nothing sweeter than a West Indian. Nothing sweeter than we. No way. What you put in missing? How when you look, then turn up. How when you look is then turn up.
We roll along. 10 minutes from now, it's odds and ends. All right, Sam Yarnell. A little college football talk on the show. Lest we forget, we have a fantastic opening weekend, official opening weekend of the college football season with 3 top 10 matchups. But we're going to focus on one mainly here for the sake of this conversation, Sam, and that is Texas and Ohio State. Who needs the win more, Sam Yarnell? If you listen to Arch Manning or Steve Sarkisian, it's Ohio State that needs the win more. Now, I think that's a lot of crazy rhetoric to try and push some of the pressure off of the number 1 ranked team in college football. But we've got ourselves a fantastic matchup this weekend, Sam. What do you make of it? Who needs the win more?
Ohio State has to win this game. They have no choice. I'll get to that in a second. Real quick, little Wednesday edition of the Prince's Picks.
Oh boy.
Give me Texas 6 ways to Sunday. Give me Texas to go marching back to the state fair. I love it.
Wow.
So here's the thing, and I think this last, 6-day stretch has really has really grown my dislike for the Ohio State football community and their fan base.
Oh boy.
Not to say that I like Michigan because they're just about
turning
as
off the
insufferable.
TV in Columbus right now.
Yeah,
and
you know what's? I almost led this whole thing with, if you're watching this program in Columbus, Ohio, just turn that TV right off right now.
Thank you. Rock Sports and Entertainment, thank you.
Here's the thing. Ohio State has done nothing over the course of the last 9 months. 8 months. Hasn't been that long. But embarrassed their program on a national stage. Not only do they lose once again to Michigan last year, they follow that up with whatever happened on the field after that, and then they involve the government to pass some legislation about flag planting because of a game that you lost in a season where you went on to win the national championship, but you're worried about flag planting to the point we're passing legislation about it in the state house or whatever Ohio does. I was born in a Commonwealth state. I don't know how those normal states work. Then that was only the beginning. Then they follow that up right? We've got this massive week 1 game, right? We're talking about team favored to win the national title. We're talking about guy favored to win the Heisman. We're talking about, until his grandpa came out on a hot mic a couple of weeks ago, guy who was favored to go number 1 overall in the NFL draft next April, right? They're coming into our house. We got this massive week 1 game. Fox Big Noon kickoff's going to be there. We're going to be the center of attention of the college football universe. So what are we going to do? Ban Dave Portnoy, one of the hosts of the Fox pregame show. And not only are we going to do it within our own athletic department, we're going to make this a legal matter too. And so now we've got state senators getting involved in this ban of a TV host. We are the defending national champions, but we're going to ban this guy from entering the stadium because he's a Michigan fan? I mean, if Ohio State doesn't need anything more than to win this game as to not give humanity, the internet, me, more ammunition against that program, I might wake up tomorrow and the sky is going to be purple.
Wow. How do I follow that? That's like a banger at WrestleMania, and then you got to be the next match after it, and just hope you can live up to the expectations of everybody. I just want to shut it down. How much time is left in the segment? Because I can't follow that. All right, here's how I can follow it. I disagree with you, and namely for stuff that's happening on the field, as much as you're talking about the stuff happening off the field. But it was very entertaining. It was, but I gotta say. Arch Manning in Texas need this more. They absolutely do. Because the entire narrative around Arch Manning is going to center around what happens in this game. Everything from here, if they go out and win that game, and again, Sarkisian doesn't want him to try and do too much. So if they go out there and win, and he's, 13 of 22, throws for $180, runs for another 75, and they just figure out a way to get through this game and win and start their season on a winning note, the narrative for him will be fine. But if he goes out there, throws a couple of picks, fumbles a football, and Ohio State wins by, 17, everything around Arch Manning changes from week 1. And he's got to fight uphill for the rest of the season, along with Texas having to fight uphill the rest of the season just to prove their point and make their case that they were deserving of number 1 to start the season, Sam. So to me, you're Ohio State. And look, all the stuff you said is very rational and logical, as funny as it was. And I get where it's coming from. They just won a national championship. And you know what? They might come out a little flat. There might be a little bit of a hangover effect coming into that game. And again, you're talking about a receiving core that's been revamped. You lost, Sawyer. I mean, this is a completely different team. In a lot of ways, different quarterback than the one that left the field in the national championship game, Sam. Real quick.
You're exactly right. And I'll say, to your point, right? We have this tendency, to the point that Texas needs the win more, right? We have this tendency in college football to remember these games when we're talking about awards and draft picks. We remember these big marquee games, even if they are week 1 of the season, they're hard to forget. This is one of those games. You're exactly right. If it goes horribly for Texas, we won't forget about it.
And by the way, who needs the win more than anybody? It may not even be in this game. It might be Brian Kelly at LSU.
Yeah.
Don't lose week 1 again, Brian. They might not let you out of the building with a job. We're coming back.
And when you dream about fire,
if I play into the same business practice of all the other large manufacturers, I'm just perpetuating the same thing.
Jamaica, Guyana, Trinidad, some of the Eastern Caribbean countries in particular, have developed strong and close.
All right, just about time to put the wraps on this baby for a Wednesday. Tomorrow on the show, David Ardsma, former big league reliever, closer, hangs out with us every Thursday on the show. Who knows? Maybe some other surprises. Just have to tune in and find out. Sports Wrap with Jason Page, the podcast. If you have not subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Make sure to do it. It's on all your favorite podcasting platforms: Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube Podcasts, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Odyssey, Amazon. Anywhere you get a podcast, you can listen to this show. 45 minutes commercial-free, Monday through Friday. What are you waiting for? Listen to it in the car, planes, trains, automobiles, while you're on the treadmill, at the gym, while you're in bed, taking a shower, whatever. Check out the show. We've also got the Sports Wrap with Jason Page YouTube channel. Why is that cool? Because you can watch the show there Monday through Friday. Maybe our show gets preempted for some reason. There's a sporting event on one of the many RSNs that we're on. You might want to go and check out the Sports Wrap with Jason Page YouTube channel. We also have Sports Wrap Shorts there. I was crazy yesterday. I was just posting shorts left and right. Some days are like that. Go and check out the Sports Wrap with Jason Page YouTube channel today for Sports Wrap Shorts as well. Yes, Sam. Yes, go ahead.
If we are preempted for a trying to be nice here. I'm not going to be nice here. Pittsburgh Pirates, Chicago White Sox, or Washington Nationals. I'm a Washington Nationals fan. I got a Washington Nationals tattoo on my body. Yeah. If we're preempted for any of those three teams, just turn it off. Go over to Spotify, Sports Wrap with Jason Page. You'll get better talk. It'll be a more fun experience. You can hang out with me, and you don't have to watch your team lose.
Go to the YouTube channel. I want them to subscribe. I like Spotify,
okay,
but
do the YouTube, not
the
the
YouTube
Spotify
channel first. Yeah, let's do the YouTube channel first.
Do the YouTube, subscribe to the YouTube, press play on that day's episode, but while you're listening, go subscribe to the Spotify.
I like it. Fair enough.
And then unsubscribe and then resubscribe.
Sweet
Drive
death.
those numbers up, people.
All right, here we go. I don't even know what to say. It's time for some odds and ends. Sam Yarnell, odds and ends. Alyssa Thomas, just call her the Russell Westbrook of the WNBA. She got her 7th triple-double. That is a WNBA record for a single season. I don't know. What am I supposed to say? It's Alyssa Thomas, and it's the Phoenix Mercury, who are 22-14, by the way. Certainly a threat when we get to the postseason. By the way, Las Vegas Aces playing a lot better down the stretch. Watch out for the Aces in the playoff. I don't know any of the WNBA odds right now. I don't look at WNBA odds all that much. Let me see, championship. Where are the Aces right? Aces are the 3rd favorite to win the whole thing after being a dumpster fire all year. Is that possible?
So let me catch you up. And just for those of you who listen to the show regularly, when your boy wasn't super invested in the WNBA, about a month and a half ago, I said, Asia Wilson, 125-1 to win the MVP. I mean, it's Asia Wilson. Come on now. Yeah, she's plus 460 to win the MVP now. So hope you tailed on that one. Nafisa Collier has missed a stretch of 8 games or something there for a while. That's what's caused this number to get close. Because the last time we spoke about it, Jason Fee was what, minus 1,600 to win the MVP? That number's gone, cut in half.
Aaron Judge
and here comes Asia Wilson. Truly impressive stuff from Alyssa Thomas and what the Mercury in their own right have kind of done to try and make this playoff run with your teams like the Fever and the Storm kind of in that range, just trying to battle, maybe make a Cinderella run at the semifinals or the finals. But it has been absolutely hectic what is going on in the WNBA over the last 2 weeks.
Coco Gauff, a winner at the U.S. Open last night. For those who aren't following, she's in the middle of trying to revamp her serve because she is. I think they said she's had 320-something double faults leading into the U.S. Open. In 2025, she's had 300. Think about that number. That number's insane. It's not like she's playing every single event. Over 300 double faults this year. By far the most on the WTA tour. So she went and got a serving guru, somebody that helped Arina Sabalenka with her serving game, and we obviously how good she is now. She still had a bunch of double faults last night, but she wins in 3 sets. But I'm going to just say this. If you are picking her to win anything other than another match or 2, you're out of your mind. Because trying to fix a serve in the middle of a Grand Slam event does not equate to winning. She'll win a couple more matches on talent alone, but she's not going to be able to do anything deep in this tournament. Sorry.
This was the first match of the tournament that I actually watched in its entirety. And I got to give credit to Tomljanovic, the woman that Goff was playing. She played out of her mind. Had Coco obviously won the second set in a tie break. Had Coco on the ropes in the third. I was impressed, Jason, but yeah, resiliency out of Coco Gauff.
She's also, Tomljanovic was the one who beat Serena Williams and retired her at the U.S. Open a couple of years ago. Last but not least, the wedding of the century. It's going to be Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Congratulations to the both of them. We had a sports wrap short on it yesterday. My suggestion, Sam Yarnell, it should be televised. Like Luke and Laura on General Hospital. You're too young. Go and look it up. Older people will appreciate what I'm saying. Go and do yourself a favor. Let's put Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding on television. They're one of the most public couples anyway. Let's put it on television, Sam.
It would be
Televise
great. It would do numbers.
Proceeds to charity.
I doubt they'll do it. First time in a long time that my girlfriend broke NFL news to me.
Harrison Butker as a groomsman. Sign me up. Can the earth just swallow that guy whole? We'll see you all tomorrow.
Yo, my dad.
What y'all doing, Charlie?
Yeah, man, you must have shop what you want to do right now.
What's the day, man? You know, we are forward and shop. No!
Chop, chop.
Oh, I want to charge it. I mean, dirty blow with that.
Just be after you come out of some more, you record one of them bad songs like that. One of them dancing songs like that. You know, what is that right now? One of them bad songs right now, run and move this one down.
You know, Peter Poppins sent me a rhythm last night. I'm right this time.
See you vibe, though.
Yeah. Ha, tonight me have I say. Ha!
Ready?
Fresh scented.
Fresh.
Fresh.
Ready.
Yo, DJ Blow, I used to do that one here. We not dirty, we not dirty. We not dirty, we not dirty. Hey, Lando, not dirty. What till you say? Not dirty. Mechanic. Hey, Bread Squad, Siva. Level me now. Hey, them know some fresh, fresh. Them seeds some fresh, fresh. Every day I mean fresh, fresh. No, your girlfriend can you know you see it for yourself, so we fresh, fresh. Them know some fresh, fresh. Them seeds some fresh, fresh. No, your girlfriend can you know you see it for yourself. Fresher than the donuts from out of the bakery, sweeter than the candy from out of the pastry. Fresh cologne make your girl wanna date me. Walk through the door, every girl a embrace me. Watch it browning, she a wink off of me. You know see the darky a blow kiss off of me. Well a straight like an arrow, they no miss off of me. We a do it long time and not since lately. Clean and fresh and no shaky. Some say we hype, some say we bossy. Step in the street, we a do it daily. Tell them I know if I know maybe. Fresh, fresh, them seeds I'm fresh, fresh. Every day I mean fresh, fresh. No, your girlfriend can you know you see it for yourself, so we fresh, fresh. Them know some fresh, fresh. Them seeds I'm fresh, fresh. No, your girlfriend can you know you see it for yourself. Oh, God bless me, send no man curse. Miss Clover son could have never be the worst. Pants match my shoes and me hat match my shirt. Me clean so, like me I go to church. You not like me well, sorry you been hurt. Could have been a scumbag, could have been a jerk. Which part me come from, them thing then I work. Flight me attack, well the class are the first. From a little bit I believe in a work. Buy me one a drinks, you fi quench my thirst. Never pick a wallet, so me never grab a purse. Once stay the boat, you want me head burst. Fresh, fresh, them seats I'm fresh, fresh. Every day me fresh, fresh. No, your girlfriend can you know you see it for yourself, so we fresh, fresh. Them know some fresh, fresh. Them seats I'm fresh, fresh. No, your girlfriend can you know you see it for yourself. Fresher than the donuts from out of the bakery. Sweeter than the candy from out of the pastry. Fresh cologne make your girl wanna date me. Walk through the door, every girl a embrace me. Watch it browning, she a wink off of me. You know see the darky a blow kiss off of me. Well a straight like an arrow, they no miss off of me. We a do it long time and a since lately. Clean or fresh and no shaky. Some say we hype, some say we bossy. Fresh, them seats I'm fresh. Every day me fresh. No, your girlfriend tell them how you see it for yourself. So we fresh. Them know I'm fresh. Them seats I'm fresh. No, your girlfriend tell them how you see it for yourself. Oh God bless me, send no man curse. Miss Clover son coulda never be the worst. Pants match my shoes and me hat match my shirt. Me clean so like me I go a church. You not like me, well sorry you been hurt. Coulda been a scumbag, coulda been a jerk. Which part me come from, them thing then I work. Flight me a take well the class of the first. You not like me, well sorry you been hurt. Coulda been a scumbag, coulda been a jerk. Which part me come from, them thing then I work. Flight me a take well the class of the first.
Red bottom. Coming up on Carib Vision.
Meanwhile, the Venezuelan Attorney General's office denounced the attempts of the extreme right to destabilize the outcome of the presidential elections. During the press conference, the Attorney General Tarek William Saab congratulated The Cuban government rejected the United States military deployment in the Caribbean Sea, assuring the action represents a threat to the region. Amid a corruption scandal that has significantly affected its image, Javier Milei's government has admitted to overpaying for medicines purchased by the National Disability Agency. And the United Nations warned that Palestinians shouldn't continue to be deprived of their right to education since the escalation of the Israeli aggression in October 2023. Hello and welcome to From the South. I'm Alejandra Garcia from Telesur Studios in Havana, Cuba. We begin with the news. The Cuban government rejected through a communique the United States military deployment in the Caribbean Sea, assuring the action represents a threat to the region. The statement begins, "This dangerous action represents a serious threat and an aggressive show of force against the sovereignty and self-determination of the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean." It continues, "The U.S. claims associating the legitimate government of Venezuela and its president, Nicolás Maduro, with criminal organizations involved in illegal drug trafficking is an absurd pretext that is unfounded." The statement declares that the government of the United States resorts to lies once again to justify violence and plunder. The United States is the largest market of narcotic drugs in the region and possibly the world. It concludes, "No one with minimum common sense and honesty believes that the quantity of the troops of the United States has sought to deploy in this peaceful area of the world is the appropriate manner to fight organized crime, illicit drug trafficking, or irregular migration flows." In this context, Venezuela appreciates Cuba's solidarity and its statement against the United States military deployment in the Caribbean Sea, a situation considered a threat to the region. On behalf of Venezuela, Foreign Minister Iván Gil emphasized, "We express our sincere gratitude to the sister Republic of Cuba for its insightful analysis of the inconsistency of the United States in its supposed war on drugs. Despite its proclamations, the United States continues to be the largest market for narcotics in the region and possibly in the world, and according to 2025 Global Drug Report issued by the United Nations Office on Drug and Crimes," and adds the following, "We would like to express our gratitude for the call to respect the peace zone of Latin America and the Caribbean amid the threats looming over our nation, our people, and our Bolivarian government under the same criminalizing narratives as always." In Venezuela, President Nicolás Maduro accused the United States of violating the 1967 Tlatelolco Treaty, which declared Latin America and the Caribbean nuclear weapons-free zones. The head of state warned the international community about Washington's aggressive actions and said they undermine the peace of Latin America and the Caribbean. Maduro also affirmed that Venezuela will not accept any supremacist attitude from anyone, nor any interference in the region. The head of state praised the international solidarity with Venezuela and highlighted in contrast the isolation of the U.S. government's aggressive policy.
Y un principio que aunque no está escrito en la Carta de Naciones Unidas, Venezuela aquí en Sudamérica, territorio de paz.
Venezuela, here in South America, a land of peace, and with great goals with Africa, Europe, Eurasia, Asia, etc. Venezuela is a country admired in the world, loved in the world, not only by governments, which are showing an impressive example of solidarity toward us, especially now after Venezuela was threatened with a nuclear submarine, violating the Tlatelolco Treaty, which prohibits the mobilization, use, and manufacture of nuclear weapons in Latin America and the Caribbean. Venezuela is receiving an impressive example of global solidarity.
In this context, the Venezuelan Ministry of Defense announced Thursday the results of the operation of the Bolivarian National Armed Forces in response to U.S. aggressions against the country. According to Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino Lopez, the people's response to President Nicolás Maduro's call to arms was a success amid the Washington's narrative intended to make people believe that the Bolivarian nation is governed by narco-state. Padrino Lopez also affirmed that Venezuela is firm and ready to face any aggression. And we stay in Venezuela, where the exports to Colombia grew 92% between 2022 and 2025. The information was provided by the Colombian government agency ProColombia, which also announced that exports from Colombia to Venezuela grew up to 300%. The Bolivarian nation's exports include iron and steel casting, fertilizers, aluminum, fuels, oils, and organic chemicals amid a process of the diversification that intends to include other goods in its international trade. ProColombia Director Carlos Luna highlighted the need for the Colombian business sector to visit Venezuela to assess its industrial capacity, identify new business opportunities, and strengthen bilateral alliances. On Wednesday, the governments of Mexico and Brazil strengthened bilateral cooperation as part of the action plan to mitigate the impact of tariffs imposed by the United States. During his official visit to Mexico, Brazilian Vice President Geraldo Alckmin celebrated the signing of two bilateral cooperation agreements, which are expected to generate new opportunities in several economic sectors. Among the agreements signed were a declaration of intent on biofuels and a deal with the Mexican Ministry of Economy to improve the effectiveness of relations between Mexican and Brazilian companies. Business leaders and authorities of both nations agreed that the current international situation, characterized by trade tensions with the U.S., provides an exceptional opportunity to boost bilateral ties. And now we have a short break coming up. But first, remember you can join us on TikTok at Telesur English, where you'll find news in different formats, news updates, and more. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
What is happening in China? Everything you want to know about current affairs, politics, economy, culture, and technology, summed up in a single program. China Now by Telesur. promoting self-care facilitates our quality of life. And it invites us to investigate the advances in science, research, analysis, and prevention of diseases that exist in the world today. Guide your body every Tuesday, only on Telesur.
Welcome back to From the South. Amid a corruption scandal that has significantly affected its image, Javier Milei's government has admitted to overpaying for medicines purchased by the National Disability Agency. These are the first results from the audit that the executive carried out over the National Disability Agency, or ANDES, after removing its former chief, Diego Españolo, for leaked accusations denouncing overpricing and bribes. According to new data, payments made by the agency for one drug in particular were 27% higher than what the Ministry of Health usually pays for it. Despite the fact that the government has in this way admitted to the overpayment, Milei continued to insist on merely stating that everything that was said about the case were lies. Amid the controversy, the authorities are investigating the Swiss-Argentina pharmaceutical company due to reports that contracts have multiplied recently. The investigations reveal audios attributed to the director of the pharmacy where bribes from officials, among them the president's sister Karina Milei, are mentioned. As the probe continues, the justice system has ordered raids into the homes of owners of the company. In other news, former Puerto Rico Governor Wanda Vázquez Garcet pled guilty to a campaign finance violation in a federal case at a U.S. District Court. Vázquez, who took office in 2019, acknowledged on Wednesday her responsibility for accepting campaign contributions from abroad for her 2020 political campaign. She was arrested in August 2022 and initially accused of participating in a bribery scheme during her term. After 3 years of detention, Vázquez defense attorney Alex Spiro, who is directly linked to U.S. President Donald Trump, took over the case and secured a reduction in charges through a plea agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office. And the politician is scheduled to be sentenced on October 15th and has become Puerto Rico's first former governor to pledge guilty to a crime. And in the United States, the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, Susan Monares, has been fired after less than a month in the job. The White House informed on Wednesday that Monares' contract has been terminated after she refused to resign amid pressure by the nation's top health official, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Her lawyers responded with a statement saying Monares was being targeted for protecting the public over serving a political agenda. Furthermore, they stressed the decision evidences the systematic dismantling of public health institutions, the silencing of experts, and the dangerous politicization of science. Her departure coincided with the resignation of the least 4 top CDC officials amid tensions over vaccine policies and public health directives. Also in the United States, a memorial has been set up outside a Catholic church in Minneapolis in the state of Minnesota for the victims of a shooting that killed 2 children and wounded 17 people on Wednesday. The shooting at Annunciation Church, which also houses a school, was perpetrated by 23-year-old Robin Westman, who approached the outside of the church building and fired inside towards the children sitting in pews, taking his own life shortly afterwards. In the aftermath, 2 white crosses have been placed at a growing memorial outside the church, covered in handwritten notes, while closed by memorials showcase flowers, wreaths, candles, and teddy bears honoring the children. This was the 44th school shooting in the U.S. in this year, and the 4th deadly shooting that the city has recently experienced in 24 hours.
We've all felt the pain from the families, and we know that as a collective Minneapolis community, what we need to be doing right now is wrapping our arms around them. And what I feel right now is a city that stands up for one another, that does the right thing by their community, and that recognizes that right now, while thoughts and prayers are great, they are not adequate. These children were literally praying at this moment.
In this context, let's look at the most recent statistics on gun violence in the United States, with thousands of fatalities, injuries, and incidents involving minors in the last year. To date, 9,800 homicides and murders related to firearms have been recorded. The total number of injuries reached 17,906, including both injuries from assaults and unintentional incidents. There were also 286 mass shootings, in which 157 children died and 337 were injured. On the other hand, 958 suspects died and 584 were injured in confrontations with the police. These data, compiled from multiple sources, reflect both the seriousness of the problem and the difficulty to address it in a country where the debate on gun control remains polarized. And we have a second show break coming up. Before, we invite you to visit our Facebook page at Telesur English. There you'll be able to watch our top stories, special live coverage, and much more. Follow our page and activate the notification button to stay up to date on the world's most recent events. Final show break. Don't go away.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I. Welcome back to From the South. The United Nations warned that Gazan children continue to be deprived of the right to education since the escalation of the Israeli aggression in October 2023. The Israeli genocidal operation in the Palestinian enclave has caused the destruction of Gaza's education and cultural infrastructure, which the international community and experts have been condemning for months as war crimes. In this context, the United Nations warned that Gazan children will miss out on school for the third consecutive year. The organization reiterated the need to reopen schools in Gaza, given the threat this poses to the education and future of an entire generation in the coastal enclave. Also in Palestine, the Israeli army intensified its operations around Gaza City, heavily bombing the area overnight on Wednesday. As part of its genocidal advances in the region, the Tel Aviv regime forces are seeking to take the capital of the Palestinian enclave, with troops deployed in the city outskirts. In this context, the Gazan Civil Defense Agency reported that Zionist entity strikes killed at least 38 people on Wednesday alone, including 16 in Gaza City. The military advance advances in the enclave occur while Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's administration faces growing internal and foreign pressure to end the onslaught in the Gaza Strip, as a ceasefire proposal mediated by Egypt and Qatar remains on the table.
I was in the Zaytun school and quadcopters were flying above us from 1 o'clock a.m. until 8 o'clock a.m. There were explosions all night. I was injured, my husband was injured by shrapnel, and my son was also wounded in the head. Thank God we survived, but there were martyrs. I have no shelter, and I'm sitting at the door of the Baptist Hospital, Al-Ali Hospital, just waiting for God's mercy. I appeal to countries to stand with us and help us. Where can we go? We are steadfast here in Gaza City, and I have not left since the war began.
Precisely in this regard, on Thursday, the foreign ministers of Qatar and Egypt informed they are still waiting for Israel's response to the 60-day Gaza ceasefire proposal that has already been accepted by the Palestinian resistance movement Hamas.
Today, we reached a stage that we are waiting for a response from the Israeli side. After extensive efforts in the past days to reach a common ground to reach a deal to release hostages and detainees, as well as prisoners exchange, leading to a ceasefire to end war. However, unfortunately, these efforts have been met by more disregard. Despite all the negative opinions and lack of the positive response from the Israeli side towards our sincere efforts and the obstinacy of their stance, we will continue. We will keep on with our efforts and pressuring and contacting with the concerned regional and international parties to put complete pressure on the Israeli side till they accept this deal that is based according to the proposal of the U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff.
Faculty and students from the Sana'a University in Yemen mobilized on Thursday in solidarity with the Palestinian people in the face of the ongoing genocide perpetrated by Israel. The demonstration was attended by the deans of the faculties, professors, employees, and university rector Mohammed Al-Bughati. Carrying Palestinian flags and banners, the participants demanded an end to the Israeli occupation in the Gaza Strip. In addition, the university community condemned world powers that support Israel for being complicit in the Palestinian genocide. In this context, demonstrators praised the support of the Yemeni forces to the struggle, urging them to remain vigilant of threats to the lives of Palestinians in the occupied territories. In Pakistan, monsoon rains affected the eastern province of Punjab, forcing more than 200,000 residents to evacuate due to flooding. Local authorities report rising water levels in the Chenab, Rabi, and Stelja rivers, so rescue teams continue to evacuate villages that are difficult to access. They also reported that to prevent the collapse of water facilities, they detonated a sub-dam in Qadirabad to relieve pressure on the Chenab Dam. In this regard, the authorities declared that Pakistan is facing its worst season in decades, as 800 people have died since June due to the floods and landslides.
Thousands of acres of crops were wasted, houses destroyed, and cattle killed. We pleaded to rescuers who went inside the Carifesta corridor shrine to carry out rescue on the outside tomorrow. They carried out no rescue outside the shrine. Our public kept on getting ridiculed. Our children had no milk or anything to eat or drink. Our village is close to Carifesta. It has been badly affected. Many homes were washed away and many people lost their cattle. Roads were also ruined. People were given no boat in the area. People are confined to their houses, and no facility was provided here.
In other news, Vietnam held the opening of the exhibition 80 Years of Independence, Freedom and Happiness at the National Exhibition Center of the Dong An Commune in the city of Hanoi. Vietnamese Prime Minister Pham Minh Chinh emphasized in his speech that this event not only honors history but also spreads Vietnamese patriotism and pride. He also pointed out that the construction of centers like this one promotes innovation, integration and sustainable development in the country, being a sign of progress. The exhibition has more than 230 stands and will remain open until September 5th, allowing this region to become an area that attracts political, economic, cultural and artistic events of a national and international nature. And like this, we have come to the end of this news brief, but you can find these and many other stories on our website at teleseringlish.net. Also join us on social media. We are on Facebook, X, Instagram, Telegram and TikTok as well. For Teleser English, I'm Alejandra Garcia. Thank you for watching.
In the heart of the Caribbean lies an island, where the past and present merge into a rich cultural tapestry. An island with a story deeply tied to Jamaica. The Rizal people of San Andreas, descendants of Africans, English settlers, and Jamaican mariners, carry with them the spirit of freedom, resistance, and connection.
We are one set of people. We only separate by 400 miles from the sea, but we are one.
Anywhere we go and one Jamaican talk and one San Andreas man talk, we can look for one another and say, hey, you talk like me. You understand me?
This is the untold story of a people shaped by the African diaspora, influenced by the reggae and resistance of Jamaica, and bonded by the waters of the Caribbean.
The family them Jamaican them all over the place. That's why you see one thing I want to tell you, you had people all over the place too, you know. Because who would know say when my father talk about me, the people think I joke him talk about.
So you know how I feel today? Emotional to have you all here.
And what we will say in Spanish, a symbiosis, is you decide and we decide, but we're the same people. Maybe we can think this different too, but we can live in the same whole.
Through struggles for identity and language, they stand firm in their culture, their faith, and their connection to Jamaica. Rizal, the Jamaican Connection, a journey into the heart of a forgotten heritage where Jamaicans' influence flows like the tides. Coming soon.
Indigenous peoples from small island developing states such as those in the Caribbean on Monday gave their perspectives on disaster risk reduction at a global platform for disaster risk reduction. They said that too often the voices and perspectives of indigenous peoples are overlooked or not taken into consideration in decision-making practices, despite a tremendous wealth of accumulated knowledge. However, Ruth Spencer of Antigua and Barbuda said that while indigenous peoples and local communities want to be singled out, they have to begin to mainstream.
We need to know in our countries what laws exist that gives us that voice. For example, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have the ESCA's agreement. And I and my groups, we use that to hold the government accountable because it gives us a voice. So we have to know in our individual countries the regulations in place and use them to empower our local groups. It's very important. Otherwise, we're going to be sidelined. We won't know what's happening. So that's my push today, integrate, because at the local level, we are doing so much actions that sometimes the governments don't even know about. We are meeting global agendas and targets, but we got to push ourselves. use what laws and regulations are on the books to get our voices heard stronger.
Presenting a Pacific Islands perspective, Caroline Kutoni of Fiji said science does not contradict indigenous knowledge of how the environment works.
But when the science is coming out, it needs to be told in a way that even indigenous people can understand so that the work is going together. They do not contradict each other. There is not a single indigenous person in the Pacific that we've spoken to that says that the science contradicts what they've already known. But we do know that knowledge is localized to the area, and so our strategies are very context specific. And this is where we ask that investment be made to ensure that we are allowed to have these context-specific strategies as well, to ensure that as we're talking about building back better and resilient communities, the communities are allowed to drive their own agenda from the resources that they have in the way that they want it as well.
The Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction is taking place here through Friday, and during the conference, participants take stock of progress, share new knowledge, and exchange best practices and discuss the latest developments and trends in reducing disaster risk. Kenton Chance, Geneva, Switzerland, CMC News.
For the people of the Caribbean, all over the Caribbean, and the Caribbean diaspora, all over the world, all the time. This is CaribVision.
Requests have not been along the lines of what they can afford. The requests have been based on what they feel will make them safer. And it is our duty to make our communities safer, but also to help residents feel that sense of security, to feel that they have a say, to be involved, and to participate in the decision that will make them safer. And so even with the TTPS and the Ministry of Homeland Security, they have policies and guidelines that will also be beneficial to us in putting forward this national policy.
Thank you for that. Earlier you mentioned some gray areas, and I completely understand the security advantage. But looking at it socially, are there concerns of social and racial segregation when this comes into play?
Crime doesn't happen by social groups and racial groups, Every single person in Trinidad and Tobago is vulnerable when criminal activities increase. And we have had the petitions and the areas that we have had asking for restricted access has not been by race or socioeconomic groups. I can tell you that there are some very poor communities, very rural communities, that have also asked for their area for them to be restricted. Some of them are dead-end streets, and they feel that people come down there, steal cars and come and park up there and hide the cars, and they don't want that happening in their community. So we have some very, as I say, rural areas as well. I mentioned Valsain because they went through a process. I mentioned South Trinidad because they went through a process with Penal Debe Corporation. But it has not been any one group of persons in terms of, and I do understand your question, if you feel that the richer people can afford better protection.
No, I meant if the richer people could keep certain people out of their communities, or just by the way someone looks, you don't want them in your community.
Yes. Well, they have not applied for restriction by looks or by racial profile. What they have applied for is that persons who are not residents or who are not visitors to residents will not be automatically allowed access. What they have asked for is the ability to monitor vehicles that regularly peruse the area, that do not concern a resident, and therefore could be scoping out houses to have home invasions and robberies. That is what they have asked for. There has not been any group, any community that has been, asking to restrict people based on how they look, But certainly, one of the things that I am very mindful of is that we must continue as a government to ensure that every creed and race, every socio-economic bracket is given the same level of protection in law. And therefore, I must emphasize that this is not only for built-up areas or, the suburbanized areas. This is for any community that feels that having that type of restriction will make them safer.
Like Mr. Bihari, I thought maybe we'd have seen the Foreign and CARICOM Affairs Minister. But then I remembered that MP Morris is the Parliamentary Secretary for the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. So may I ask you, recently we would have seen that Venezuela would have answered back to Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar and called her statement shameful and said that they are sure that the people of Trinidad and Tobago do not stand by her with her support of the U.S. and the warning she would have given to Venezuela if it interferes with Guyana. What's your response to Venezuela on that?
Akash, I will not respond to Venezuela while I am the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That is still the role of the substantive minister, and I will not venture into there. What I will say is that the people of this country, the members of parliament on the government bench, the UNC, and again the people of this country stand by the Prime Minister's attempt to ensure safety and security for this country. The Prime Minister made a very strong statement when it came to cartels and so on, and we stand with the Prime Minister to ensure that we can root out all routes and all parts of crime, even if it's geopolitical and so on. So again, but we leave that for the Minister of Foreign Affairs to speak on, as he has done so brilliantly in the past week and weeks before. But again, when it comes to supporting the Prime Minister, the country and the government members of Parliament stand firmly behind the Prime Minister's statement for the past week. Thank you.
Just one final question on Minister Zakur. The new Tobago terminal for the airport, has that been officially handed over to Airports Authority and therefore your ministry?
Not as yet. It's still under the purview of the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure.
I remember she would have said that maybe by mid-August that would have happened. What's the delay now?
I don't have an update on that, sir.
All right. Is there any intended time you would like for that to be in operation? I know Tobago is looking forward to it.
Soon.
Good afternoon. As you mentioned, the municipal police, but there's also the Predial Larceny police. They seem to be very opaque in the work that they do. There are communities like Wallerfield, Carlsonfield, and elsewhere where there have been not only Predial Larceny, but there have been many home invasions, particularly in the Carlsonfield area. So perhaps you can enlighten us a bit more on their role in this whole new direction that the government intends to take. Secondly, a community, say a squatting community, if anything, where the people have been regularized, like Bangladesh, you are very much familiar with there. What advice would you give to them if they are to engage or intend to embark on an approach where they can restrict access to their community? Because even within that community is a crime haven in its own right, as you are quite very much aware. And one other question to add to that, while you're dealing with the issue of crime and trying to prevent crime, has the cabinet or is there any interministerial committee established to look at the root cause of crime so that you could also prevent from the root cause of crime, where people would not have that disposition, that mental attitude to commit a crime?
Well, what I can tell you, in the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, the Predial Larceny Squad falls under the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. Their responsibility is not to deal with all crimes in agriculture areas. So if there are home invasions in agricultural areas, it would still be the TTPS. The Predial Larceny Squad deals with the larceny of goods from the farmers. And they too have had their challenges. I must say that the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries has been working assiduously with them. They have also visited St. Augustine constituency and held meetings with the farmers there. And based on that, I feel very positive about the income and the progress they will make. The municipal police has jurisdiction in the public facilities that fall under the maintenance of the regional corporation, which would include parks, recreation grounds, markets and abattoirs and so on. You will recall that some time ago, there was a child in central Trinidad, Africa Recreation Ground, 7 years old, that was gunned down on a playground, innocently playing. And this type of risk that our children have been exposed to has been a great concern for the municipal police officers, who have not had the strength, the numbers to patrol those facilities as regularly as they would like to engage with the community in the way that they feel that they should. And they themselves have had numerous challenges, including poor accommodation, for example, their working conditions. So immediately into coming in office, I met with the union representative of the municipal police, that is the PSA, and in fact we visited in our very capital city. The municipal police had a lot of issues. So while I will continue to attend to those, what I can tell you is that we are also working with the Homeland Security and TTPS in that we have similar approaches in strengthening the manpower. So for instance, where we had municipal SRPs, we have absorbed them into the municipal police service. We had several persons, many people in training. We have graduated them, and we are going to start and continue with the training while we deal with the other issues. Because our municipal police officers, while they have a role with the regional corporation, they contribute to making communities safer. And that is part of the approach that we want to have. So, as I say, the municipal police, their role is very different to the TTPS. Well, I shouldn't say very different. It's a little different. And certainly there is some overlap, and we have had good cooperation between TTPS and the municipal police. But we also they have a different mandate to the predial larceny squad. Yeah?
In terms of Bangladesh, what advice would you give to that community if they are desirous of setting up
I don't like your naming communities and putting casting aspersions, eh? But I think what you're getting at is that there are squatter settlements that may be desirous of restricting entry. Is that what you're getting at? So in squatter settlements, the land tenure, because those roads will not fall under the regional corporations. So in squatter settlements, because as I say, the land tenure there, and that is why we have the Office of the Attorney General on this committee to further advise. And because our government has always been firm about the value of home ownership, and we have regularized many squatter settlements according to law. We have also had the Land for the Landless program. And that empowerment of and regularization of squatters and squatter communities has been a mandate of the government. So it is certainly a very valid consideration, and the committee will advise in terms of what guidelines can be provided within the existing legal framework. So I just want to emphasize that, and it is not a free-for-all where everybody who wants to drop a gate on the road could do so. There are still legal restrictions on public roadways.
With respect to the root cause of crime, and is there an interministerial committee that has been set up or the government intends to establish to deal with the root cause of crime and preventing from that junction?
I think it's best for us to leave it to the ministers who have that responsibility to advise the media and the public. And we will continue to discuss the rural development and local government perspective today.
What about a hotspot area that has criminal elements in it, and they want to against the community? How you're going to treat with that?
Right. So let me remind you that on this committee we have a representative of the Ministry of Homeland Security who can advise us, and they also will have data pertaining to criminal activity, number of crimes, and the nature of the crimes reported in certain areas, what type of social issues and criminal activities you have in certain areas. But remember, this committee is not going to give approval to the community that wants to be gated. This committee will provide a national policy that will give guidelines to have gated communities. So this committee is only going to provide us with the guidelines within the existing legal framework now. So all these various ministries and agencies will advise based on what is in their jurisdiction, and this policy will then inform the enforcing agencies. So when this committee has its draft or proposed national policy for gating communities, it will report to Cabinet, and Cabinet will deliberate on that policy. We could at that point make changes, we could at that point do further consultation and so on. But let me remind you that this committee is to create the national policy based on the present legislative framework.
Speaking about crime, you're one of the ministers who have had death threats against you. Are you still having additional security? And from a personal note, has it affected you?
Has it what?
How has that affected you in your duties in terms of your
Prior, I know you're doing your job, but you have known me for a very long time. I have not been intimidated by these threats. What I have been very warmed by is the number of law-abiding citizens who have been calling all of us as government ministers to say, I am praying for you, I am standing with you, do not be afraid. Those who are calling to say, I hope you are taking precautions, be safe out there, go out there and do your job. I am really heartened by that, and I think that love that people have for the government led by Kamala Persad-Bissessar and how they feel about these threats is also reflective of their support of the decision the Prime Minister has made and her utterances in terms of stamping out corruption. We cannot ask to replace a PNM feed-in trough by replacing the PNM with UNC. You know, and the Prime Minister has been very deliberate and firm about this, which I think is very commendable. A lot of people from different walks of life are commending the Prime Minister for taking that stand on many of these programs that have had corruption, leakages, and are just, feeding troughs. One of the other areas has to do with legal fees. And when we talk about these things, those people who have been benefiting and who has been sucking the treasury are the ones who are going to be upset. But when you save money that would have gone down the drain for corruption, you can do more to law-abiding citizens. You can provide more in terms of better education and health care. You can provide laptops for children. You can have more medication in the hospitals and better service. So in terms of the improvement to the country and the money that will be available when you stamp out some of this corruption, I think just by stamping out some of the corrupt areas, we can do so much more. And in many areas, I think the last government would have told the population, tighten your belt, when the truth is, had they taken the bulls by the horn and dealt with that kind of corruption and stamped out the corruption, we would have had enough to feed people that they wouldn't have to tighten their belt. So I am very convinced that we are doing the right thing. I stand firmly with the decision of the Prime Minister, and there are several members in the Cabinet that have programs within our ministry that would have been used as political tools for the PNM to siphon government resources to give to friends and family and financiers, and as well as the criminal element. But thankfully, what I can tell you is that there are a lot of people in this population who are happy that the government has taken this firm stance.
Hi, good evening, Sonolala, TDT News. Minister, I mean, we've seen, several town hall meetings with regards to home invasions. Is it also the intention to possibly have something like that with regard to the gated communities for residents to have their say as well?
Yes. Well, I will want to wait on the recommendations of this committee. As I say, that may very well be one of their recommendations. So this committee will make the recommendations for policy and report to Cabinet. So thereafter, you will get word from Cabinet in terms of the direction we want to go.
The work of the Interministerial Committee, is there a deadline set in terms of how long the recommendations will be issued to Cabinet?
We will update you as we go, yes.
Just to Minister Zakru, in terms of, we've seen several severe accidents in the past week or 2 weeks or so. Can you say if the camera systems, such as the red light enforcement cameras or spot speed cameras, would be implemented soon? I know that was on the agenda in terms of the last government as well.
We are working on that now, sir.
Any further information on
No
that?
update at this time on the red light enforcement.
And any comment with regards to the the recent road fatalities that we've seen? For anything from the ministry to encourage drivers to drive safely?
Yes, we are launching very soon a road safety initiative. We are also using the opportunity of the driver rehabilitation program, because the persons who are going through this course is a 2.5-day rigorous course. I actually attended the class this week. I had an exam at the end, and we are hoping that many of these persons will be now road ambassadors, and they could go into the schools. We are actually in conversations right now with the Ministry of Education, where we're starting programs in the school. Nationally, we'll be doing a program on road safety moving forward.
The rehabilitation program at License Office, I think, is currently and one to be launched at San Fernando.
Yes.
Has all participants passed, and what were the metrics to see whether it was successful?
Yes, well, the first class started in Carney 2 weeks ago, and the class in San Fernando started on Monday, which was attended by 50 persons. I don't have the results of the exams at this time. So.
Minister Amin, by your admission a moment ago that you do not feel intimidated by any of the threats that you have received, what advice would you give to your colleague ministers who might feel intimidated by threats that they have received?
So that what I can tell you is that we as politicians and servants of the people and representatives elected, we have a job to do, but we are also human. And people respond in different ways to different circumstances. There are some people who are very determined and energized when they get any kind of opposition or anyone attempts to intimidate them. There are those who may become fearful and concerned for their family and so on. What I can tell you is that every individual human would have their own reaction, but the very common thread that operates with all of us is that we are in firm support of the Prime Minister's position on the government taking this harsh decision for the benefit of all citizens of the country, and we will continue to do our job. If any minister were so intimidated, you would have seen them resign. So we are all very determined and resolute to do our job. And it is my belief that these threats will only last so long because more and more people appreciate and understand the need for us to make this tough decision. And the greater majority of the population are in support of the decision. So there are elements, and some of them are being coerced. Some of them, they have, for instance, a genuine want for a job. And the criminal element would pressure them into, to pressure in the government. But sometimes I meet them. I am still very much on the ground, and I go out into communities, and they come and they say, Miss Khadija, we were working the back here. And when you talk to them, while they may approach you in what some find to be an intimidating manner, the truth is that many of them want the opportunity to work. They don't necessarily want to run ghost. They want the opportunity to excel, to further their education, and to have a better quality of life. So I think it's also important that our government has that listening approach. So when we go into communities and we meet, people tend to stereotype certain communities or people who have a certain approach, but we have not done that. We have continued to listen And for me, that's important that my government continues to listen. And as I say, based on that, we identify social challenges that can be corrected. And this is part of the soft approach to crime fighting, where we are teaching you to make a bread rather than giving you a bread. And there are many who have responded and are responding positively because the government will continue to be engaging. And as we roll out other programs, people who want jobs will find spaces because this government is committed to creating jobs.
I like your answer and the experience that you've had on the ground and your approach to dealing with things and mediating some of the situations and reaching out and meeting with some of the challenges and so on. That's wonderful. Minister Zakur, with respect to the air service agreements with various countries where we do not currently have any existing flights or regular flights, particularly with our national airline, Air Caribbean. And having regard to Air Caribbean running at yearly losses, amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars, and some routes where they may be currently traversing, perhaps Puerto Rico, and so I'm not aware that those flights they are being sold out, or so there might be just a small percentage full. How do you see these Caribbean airline and servicing some of these routes? It's not mandatory that they do in terms of the air service agreements, but in some terms of some of the existing routes where they are not really making a profit or the flights are not filled or even half filled. What is the government handle or take on that?
You may be aware that Caribbean Airlines falls under the purview of the Ministry of Finance, and I would not want to comment on that. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you. Again, I think we have reached that point. The ministers have ventilated both topics. We thank you, members of the media, members of the public. We thank you for joining us. And on behalf of the government and members of parliament, members of cabinet, we wish you a happy independence. Again, thank you for joining us.
Independence is the way we sing, laugh, and tell our stories. As our twin island celebrates 63 years as an independent nation, TTT brings you the ultimate celebration lineup all weekend long. Tune in for the Passion of La Trinity the musical, a tribute to the icon Denise Plummer. Also, be sure to catch the heartwarming romance of Grace and Salim, and enjoy the sweet vibes of Bazadi, starring soca superstar Marshall Montano, or embark on a journey to rediscover home through the film Trinidad Remains. Then set sail with the whole family on the adventure movie Salty Dog. This Independence Weekend, celebrate love, celebrate life, celebrate pride. Only on TTT.
Hey, it's your boy Carrie here, and you may know me from the morning show or even from the news, but what you may not know is that I'm also a chef. So now I get to bring the two together with this brand new show. So join me to find out what is cooking in Carrie's kitchen.
Carrie's Kitchen, powered by Food Hall. Grocery made greater. Ibis, a tradition of excellence. Caribbean flavors. In the heart of every kitchen. Lotus, the confidence to create. Correga Garden Supplies. Good and natural. Indie, spice up your life. Distributed by Edward B.B. Harry. Champion, always a winner. Distributed by Edward B.B. Harry. Lion, the power behind our great taste traditions. Excellence Stores Limited. Live, create, do.
At
At TTT, our journalists are on the ground, seeking the facts and reporting on the people, events, and the issues that affect your life. We have Trinidad and Tobago covered, from Cedrus to Charlottesville, Crown Point to Moruga. Our news reaches further on any smart device. TTT News, nightly at 6. TTT News, committed, accurate, relevant.
Good evening to our viewers, listeners on 91.1 FM and everyone online. I am Sigoni Mohammed. Welcome to this abridged TTT News. Cabinet has approved an interministerial committee to develop a national policy and guidelines for gated communities in Trinidad and Tobago. Speaking at Thursday's post-cabinet media briefing, Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Khadija Amin, stressed the need for a uniformed framework for residential gated areas, particularly those situated on public and agricultural roads. She said this aims to empower communities to protect themselves while ensuring legal compliance.
The interministerial committee referred to would further assess the circumstances as it relates to home invasions and draft a policy and guidelines for the establishment of gated communities. And this will be presented to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. This is in keeping with the UNC's position on stand your ground legislation. Stand your ground does not only mean owning a gun and being able to defend your home with force. It also means standing your ground and protecting your communities.
The Interministerial Committee will include representatives from several ministries, including the Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, the Ministry of Health, and the Office of the Attorney General, as well as local government bodies and the Tobago House of Assembly, among others. Also this evening, the Ministry of Housing continues to prioritize improving the living conditions of citizens, often by providing financial support to help create safer and more comfortable living spaces. On Thursday, the ministry distributed the first tranche of its home improvement grant to 38 families, marking a significant step in its commitment. Here's Jason John with the details.
The lives of 38 families were positively impacted on Thursday thanks to the Ministry of Housing. The ministry's Housing Program Facilitation and Implementation Unit distributed home improvement grants, providing much-needed support to low-income households. Minister of Housing Dr. David Lee highlighted the significance of the initiative, stating that it holds deep importance to the government. He described the grants as quick wins that will contribute meaningfully to improving the quality of life for families across Trinidad.
Over the next few weeks, other persons will receive second tranche checks. This is not just an investment in your homes and the existing housing stock, but is an investment in you, our citizens, so that you can enjoy fundamental human dignity and a better quality of life.
Minister in the Ministry of Housing, Philip Alexander, commended the dedicated efforts of ministers and their respective ministries for taking a proactive approach in order to better serve citizens. He emphasized that Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar consistently reminds the cabinet that their primary responsibility is to make a meaningful and positive impact on the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Is a new era. When UNC wins, everybody wins. This is it. This is the wins. This is our second 100 days. And I told somebody this morning that the first 100 days set a record. The second 100 days is going to eclipse the first 100 days. We have a strong leader. We have strong leaders. The minister in the Ministry of Housing, Dr. Lee, has a clear vision for where we're trying to go, led by our Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, and we are just happy to be able to do this job.
One recipient, having waited approximately 7 years for this grant, expressed that it will have a real impact on improving her living situation.
My grant actually is for electrical, and with the old wiring that we have of home, the bill comes up a lot. So with this new wiring now, it will resolve that issue, hopefully. And I am very, very grateful for it. Very, very thankful. This was amazing news to come and collect and receive this grant, and I am appreciative of it.
Minister Lee revealed that during the 2024-2025 fiscal period, the ministry successfully disbursed approximately $4.8 million in home improvement grants, improving the lives of over 640 families. Jason John, TTT News.
The inaugural meeting of the Cabinet-approved working group tasked with formulating recommendations on the conduct of virtual hearings in the court system of Trinidad and Tobago was held on Wednesday. It was hosted by Minister of Justice and Minister in the Office of the Attorney General, Devish Maharaj. The working group was established after a stakeholder consultation in June, which raised concerns about virtual hearings being held at police stations. Among the key issues discussed were limited access to justice, security risks, strain on police and prison services, and challenges faced by attorneys and vulnerable groups, as well as procedural unfairness to the accused and the exclusion of vulnerable groups of society where virtual hearings are conducted. Representatives from the Ministries of Defense and Homeland Security, the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service, the Public Defender's Department, the Law Association, and the United Nations Development Programme also took part in the meeting. From August 29, 2025, TT Post will suspend the shipment of goods and merchandise to the United States until further notice. Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation says this follows the end of the duty-free de minimis exemption on items valued at $800 or less. As a result, all international parcels containing goods bound for the United States, regardless of value, will now be subject to customs duties. TT Post says it is working with international partners to restore parcel services as quickly as possible. Other postal services, including letter mail and document shipments to the United States, remain unaffected and will continue as normal. You're watching TTT News. We'll be right back with more.
This July-August holiday, we flip the switch into Java mode. We outside.
Hey yo, this Java season, your team, my team, the whole team, we outside. Next 991.
We're bringing that real holiday vibe. From beach limes to club nights, from epic events to your Java road trips with Next. Riding shotgun all the way.
Hey yo, wherever you hear this, listen up.
Next 99 Java mode. We outside.
We outside.
7 suspects are now in custody, and firearms, ammunition, and narcotics have been seized as states of emergency operations continue across the country. In the Northern Division, Morva police discovered a rifle, 2 magazines, and 11 rounds of ammunition hidden in a bushy area on 9th Street, Barrett area. Additionally, a 22-year-old man from Morva was arrested and charged after being found with a loaded pistol and 8 rounds of ammunition. In the Western Division, officers arrested a 66-year-old Diego Martin man with 1.2 kilograms of cannabis. They also held a 23-year-old Maraval man and an 18-year-old woman for possession of a loaded pistol with 16 rounds of ammunition. Meanwhile, in Mayaro, swift police action following the robbery of a 40-year-old delivery driver at gunpoint led to the arrest of 3 suspects. Officers recovered a quantity of cash along with a loaded revolver and 1 round of ammunition from their vehicle. 23 constituents of the Arima community were awarded for their indelible contributions across various fields. Hosted by the Arima Borough Corporation, Mayor of Arima, Baliram Maharaj, said recognizing these members of the community is important as Arima continues to expand.
Arima Mayor Baliram Maharaj said the efforts made by the men and women of the district were significant as the community continues to expand. He dubbed the occasion a very important day in the history of Arima.
Today we pause to honor and pay tribute to citizens who have excelled in many, many areas of life. Education, sport, culture, community development, social services. Each one of you helped to shape Arima.
Member of Parliament for Arima, Penelope Beckles-Robinson, said more improvements are underway to advance the Arima community in the coming years. She mentioned implementing the other phases of the Smart City concept through the Arima Connect project.
And the vision does not stop there. I'm hoping that we operationalize the smart pole facilities to their fullest capacity. Working together with the council, we hope to enhance the camera facilities in the town centre of Arima, improve public civic spaces, and enhance the quality of recreational spaces in Arima.
Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, Peter Mitchell, said that his ministry is also looking forward to developing the Arima district by making necessary provisions for council members within the corporation.
One of the critical things that the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government is looking to advance is appropriate office accommodations for municipal corporations, as well as to ensure appropriate accommodations within the municipal context for the provision of services to the burgesses of places like Arima.
The annual Arima Civic Awards ceremony was held at the Malabar Community Centre on Thursday under the theme Legacy of Service, Vision for Tomorrow.
Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, Peter Mitchell, said the ministry is championing the cause of the municipal corporations.
It is important that councils like those of Arima are adequately resourced, and that is something that the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government acts as your advocate within the central government system for development of Arima.
Permanent Secretary Mitchell noted that this is an important period for the ministry's advocacy as government prepares for the upcoming budget presentation. Well, remember to stay in the know with everything that's happening by following us on social media. And we are on Facebook, X formerly Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Just search for us at TTT Live Online. Well, stay right where you are because after the break, we've got your weather forecast.
This July-August holiday, we flip the switch into Java mode. We outside.
Hey yo, this Java season, your team, my team, the whole team, we outside. Next 991.
We're bringing that real holiday vibe. From beach limes to club nights, from epic events to your Java road trips with Next. Riding shotgun all the way.
Hey yo, wherever you hear this, listen up.
Next 99 Java mode. We outside.
We outside.
Hello there, I am Dana James with a look at your weather. Today we experience activity ahead of that incoming tropical wave where most areas except for northwestern Trinidad and parts of Tobago saw scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. Because of this, daytime highs came in a bit lower, just above 30 degrees. Now looking across the Atlantic, we have two tropical waves. The one closest to us we will return to in a moment, but farther east, a wave just off the African coast is already showing scattered, moderate, and to isolated strong convection. Behind it, however, is another wave expected to move off the African continent by Sunday. Environmental conditions could allow some slow development next week, so the National Hurricane Center has flagged it for a low chance of formation. It is still far out, so models will continue to refine its possible path and strength in the coming days. But for tonight, moisture lingers in the atmosphere while Saharan dust also drifts in, so expect partly cloudy skies with a few isolated showers, mostly over Tobago and eastern Trinidad, with a low chance for isolated thunderstorm activity. Temperatures will dip to around 24 degrees in Trinidad and 26 over in Tobago. Now, taking a wider look at that satellite, we see a frontal system off the U.S. East Coast and a strong high pressure system in the central Atlantic. This high is playing a key role in steering these tropical waves further south and keeping them in line with our islands this time around. Combined with the Saharan dust, This will limit moisture at times, giving us more of a hazy sunshine when those showers clear. Now, the axis of the next incoming tropical wave is expected by Saturday. Already, we are seeing increased activity ahead of its axis, with pockets of strong convection. For us, that means partly cloudy skies, partly cloudy to cloudy skies, more widespread showers, and a medium chance for thunderstorm activity during the day. Conditions should gradually settle later with just a few lingering showers, with daytime highs peaking around 31 or 32 degrees. Tobago will also be impacted with cloudy intervals and scattered showers interrupting some sunny breaks. There could be a low chance for thunderstorm activity before conditions ease into the evening, with daytime highs around 31 degrees. Now remember, during heavier downpours, gusty winds, street or flash flooding, and occasionally choppy seas are possible, so caution is advised both near and offshore. Otherwise, seas remain moderate with waves up to 1.5 meters in open waters, but staying below 1 meter in sheltered areas. And with that is a quick check on your tidal times. Now that's a wrap on your Thursday night weather. I am Zena James, wishing you a safe and pleasant evening ahead. Back to you, Sigoni.
Thanks so much for the forecast, Zena. Stay right where you are after the break. We've got sports with Nasira Mohammed.